I can conclusively say that this was filmed by the government. I found out that they were there asking their set of questions, that there was literally a conga line of 3-letter agency people waiting to go into that interview suite to ask that being questions. We found a woman that claims she transcribed the index cards into notes.
Oh.
And I will tell you what she said about this being. What he did was forwarded me an email that was sent to him from someone he knew inside the DIA. And it says, here's what I know about that film. It was classified as an unauthorized viewing. This film was filmed on April 22nd, 1991 at 3:15 in the afternoon on behalf of the Department of Naval Intelligence, coordinated by the Defense Intelligence Agency. He said it was a clone extraterrestrial biological entity type 2 from the Tau Ceti star system. Here's were the men in the room. The first name was Rear Admiral Ned Schaefer, Captain Lowell Jacoby. He becomes Director of DIA, Dr. Craig McPherson, Robert Donovan, Army Intel, Dr. Wilford Webb Wilson. The next name on the list was Carthusian Monk 1, Carthusian Monk 2. Yes, we're now in the Da Vinci Code. There is a monastery in Vermont. It's called the Charterhouse Transformational Monastery. I have the picture of this one monk. He's 91 years old. I'm going to blow your mind now. What he said was that remote viewers with the NSA were getting this remote viewing of a white building in the far upper East Coast where members there had the gift. There was a total of 6 monks that they used for counterintelligence in the 80s. Some of them were brought to S4, asked to do thought projection interviews with these beings. And he said that
He said that
it took a couple of days to describe how human beings live in our time. Seconds, minutes, days. The being did not understand that. This type of alien, they measure time in their experiences layered on top of each other. No one on the internet has ever said this before. If you want to make a general drinking his coffee in the morning spit up, tell him this. The new designation of aliens is SABER. I'm like the sword? He's like, yeah, SABER. I said, what does that stand for? He goes, synthetic, astrobiological, extraterrestrial races. Don't ever ask about it. And I'm telling you, do not ever bring it up on any of your podcasts or whatnot. And I don't want you talking about other species other than the Greys. And if you stick to the Greys, you will be safe. I can guarantee it.
So my story is I was 11 years old, living in Germany at the time. My dad was in the military. We lived off base, and I was walking with a friend the same age, bright daylight, middle of summer. We were just walking along a housing area for the military families. So passing by our school and a chapel, and I remember I was just looking at a playground in front of me, and all of a sudden everything went completely pitch black. And I was just staring into the inkiest, darkest cave sort of blackness I've ever seen. And then everything came right back as if someone had switched the light off on the sun and flipped it back off. That wasn't strange enough. I turned to tell my friend, and she says, "Did you see that?" And the same thing happened to her at the exact same time. We were excited and scared, ran all the way home, and no one had the same experience. Over the years, I've met 1 or 2 people that have had similar, if not the exact same thing happen to them. And they were kids too, so kind of weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm joined by a very special guest, Mr. Jon Stewart, former pro wrestler, ran for governor of Illinois. Like, this guy's done it all. But most of all, you've been extremely vocal in the UFO topic. Now, we're going to get into a lot of different things today, but the main piece of the pie that I wanted to, and the reason that I wanted to have you on, was talking about this alleged real video of an alien that is being interviewed potentially at S4. And obviously, with the lore behind Bob Lazar and Dan Bursch and everything else, all these connections. So I wanted to talk to you about that today. So first of all, Jon, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I told you in our little talk before this, I think you're one of the best podcasts out there. Your sincerity rings through and comes through the camera. I'm not giving you a snow job, but I was really thought that you could do a great service to my journey, which is all this has ever been. It's $30,000 of my money, 6.5, going on 7 years of my time. And I'm still telling people, I've got my hat in my hand, Mr. Magoo, Inspector Clouseau, I don't know anything. Please come help me. I still got to finish this journey. And I hope you can do justice to that, because I have to be honest. I have not maybe at times communicated that to people where they get into a confirmation bias. There's something that I rub them the wrong way, or and I want to do a little preamble. And I'm
Sure.
not, the preamble is this, is that, folks, what I have said for 7 years has never changed. It is my journey. That is not BS. I'm not looking for attention. I've had attention in my entire life as a pro wrestler, football player, political candidate. I don't need attention. And it isn't for money, because I'm one of the only UFO reachers that's still in the red. And it's funny that the fortune telling machine talked about finances, because that's what I'm $30,000 in the hole. For what? So I know people like to get into the chat log and this is BS, and you can say whatever you want about what was shown to me, what was told to me, what I experienced, who I emailed, who I contacted. That I appreciate. But tell me the story behind why you think something is not copacetic.
Yeah.
To help me. Don't say Jon Stewart's BS. I am simply the reporter, the journalist telling you I've been doing this for 6.5 years. Can I please just tell you my story? That's all I've asked people. That hasn't translated very well, and I hope that it does today, because I know the way you are, your demeanor, your character, and I'm really hoping for great things from this podcast. And I mean that sincerely.
Of course, yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. Skepticism, I think, is healthy, and I too practice skepticism, and I'm sure you do as well. Yeah, and
right.
and it's really so. Today I will be asking you about a few things that I might want you to clear up, or even the things that you're skeptical about the things you believe in. But as you might know, on this channel, one of the reasons for this channel isn't to get to the truth necessarily. I think that'll come with time, but I think it's allowing people to speak, allowing stories to be told, unfiltered, no judgment, and after that, we can hold up all that sort of anecdotal evidence to the light and see if it connects, see if it,
absolutely,
see if we're finding points of connection, and then forming hypotheses, discussing, trying to dissect it as a community. But there are definitely detractors out there online that will, simply try to attack your character, or will try to simply debunk something out of an opinion or a gut shot.
Right.
And I think it's difficult but healthy to remain balanced in this space specifically, because obviously we're looking at anomalies. We're looking at the anomaly, and within that anomaly, there are a million other anomalies. And so we're already looking at one. Where do we draw the line between the others, right? And that's where some people, I think, maybe you ruffle feathers in a way that people are like, I'm not ready for that yet. And that's okay. I think
a very famed journalist told me 6 months ago, John, you've got a live being, puppet or not, real or not. That's a really hard thing for anyone, the media,
yep.
government, UFO researchers, UFO community, to metastasize.
Absolutely.
And metabolize. That hit me. That was like, well, that is a great statement. We're not talking about a fuzzy saucer in the sky. We are talking about a very creepy, weird looking being, whatever it is, puppet, interdimensional, off-planet, interstellar. That's going to be very hard for people to metabolize. And that's what you're facing. You're facing this confirmation bias of, I'm not ready for this to even remotely be possibly true. So,
and that's fine, I think, too.
Yeah.
Everybody's on a separate journey.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are, still looking at orbs, and some people are looking at reptilians on the moon. There's a whole gamut of things to look into in this phenomenon. So I don't blame people if, the alien interview isn't the first thing they want to see within this phenomenon.
I don't blame them either.
Yeah, go watch The Phenomenon by James Fox. It's a good, nice, easy way in. But after you're done with the crafts, let's talk about what I'm interested in. Let's talk about these aliens.
Talk about the pilots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Okay, so take us back. 19.
I know that I just got to chill. I got the shivers.
Really?
Yeah, it's because it gives me PTSD. I've been doing this for 6.5, 7 years, and it's you just did like a hypnotic thing. Let's go back. That's what's so that's good. This is good.
Okay.
These podcasts are my therapy, and I'm saying that candidly and sincerely. This is my therapy too, of talking through this, begging people to help me. And
it's cathartic.
But I just got a shiver, so that's good.
That's a good sign. July 26, 1996. It was a Friday. This videotape was then handed by this gentleman, Victor, goes by Victor, to John Coleman, who was the president of Rocket Pictures.
Tom Coleman.
Oh, Tom Coleman, my bad. Tom Coleman, president of Rocket Pictures, who also created the documentary in 1997, sort of outing this whole story to the world, which, predated the obvious interview that happened with Art Bell afterwards on the phone, and then the later interview again with Victor, where he shows up, I think, a decade later.
Well, what's nice about my research is that I have the backstory, and I can tell it now because I put out my documentary. Everything's out, which was great. Which is great because I can speak to you now and don't have to say, I have to tell you in a skiff or something. Like.
Well, you're in a skiff, so you can tell.
Yeah, I know that. So about 4 or 5 days before handing Tom Coleman the video, we have now since found out that Victor was making the rounds in Hollywood of television studios, trying to sell them this VHS tape. And by his own admission and by others that knew of this process at Rocket, these people at these television studios, this guy's a little weird. Yep. He's a little off. But the biggest reason was no one could guarantee his anonymity. And Victor speaks of this. They would not be willing to sign a contract, pay him in cash, and not really use his name. And he didn't want to be on the video. This is something no one knows about. Victor did not want to appear, whether in silhouette or whether in voice changer. Victor did not want to be part of the video.
This isn't just him shopping it around and getting turned down. This is him where his demands weren't met.
Correct.
Okay.
And his security wouldn't be met, which is my first thing, the trial balloon that I throw out there. And I'm so glad I thought of this. When this first came out, before you were in the UFO community, everyone in the UFO community told everyone that was interested, including me, in 97, 98, 99, find out who Victor is, you prove the provenance of the video. If Victor is a paid actor, central casting, video's obviously a hoax. But if somehow, this is the UFO community. This is why a lot of people run from this. Like, don't throw my words back in my face. The UFO community told me, but if Victor is a government employee, a military person, somebody from an administration, an elected official, a chaplain with the government, wow, Now we got a whole new ball game. So I have been living with this in my back of my head. Prove who Victor is. And I'm simply asking, the first trial balloon, if you're an actor, are you leaving studios because they can't protect your identity? Wouldn't you want your identity out there if you're this egomaniac actor that most actors are? They want their name, they want their recognition. That struck me. We realized the last studio head he talked to was Mike Darnell of Fox Unscripted Television. He just hung up on me 3 weeks ago because he thought I was lying to his wife. That I said, this is Jon Stewart from Chicago. I have a real quick question. I think he thought I was a bill collector. The Hollywood people are very, very rough. They are not polished. The manners are horrible. And so I went to go confirm the story just 3 weeks ago and he hung up on me. But Mike Darnell is with Fox Unscripted Television department, and Victor goes in, and Victor's a pain in the ass. He's precise. He's not easy to deal with, and they shoo him out. Victor tells the story, but he doesn't say Fox. We found out that it was Fox TV. He goes across the street to a newsstand, across the street from Fox Studios, and it's a newsstand. He picks up Variety magazine, he opens it up, and he sees a advertisement for a Rodney Dangerfield comedic golf VHS tape. And he figures maybe this production company, who's not so highfalutin as Fox and ABC, NBC, CBS, whatnot, maybe they'll take a chance at this. Maybe they'll be malleable with my demands.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but folks have to understand as well during this time, like obviously the audience that is listening is a little more mature, but obviously today, you just put that stuff on YouTube. You make your own channel. You don't need anyone else. But back then, you needed to go through these gatekeepers. You absolutely had to for anything to be seen at all. So, that's the reason he was shopping this around. He didn't have a platform.
And this is why I came on the show. I have been trying to tell people for 6 years, from my knowledge of Hollywood. I have written 3 scripts. I have had 4 reality show go to pilot, which is huge. They didn't make it on TV. I know about Hollywood blockers getting to these people. Chris, what I'm trying to tell your audience, and this is very important with the background of Victor, to get a meeting with a network in 96, the verbiage that you would know to be able to tell the blocker, the secretary, the receptionist, to get to a Mike Darnell from Fox, and then get that meeting in his office, the verbiage you would have to know would be beyond just a government employee. It was somebody that was familiar to some degree with audiovisual production, something very, very important to remember, that it was near impossible to do this without some knowledge of the vernacular of Hollywood.
Sure.
Very important. So he calls up Rocket Pictures. Tom Coleman answers. Tom Coleman thinks it's his brother, joking him. He passes the phone off to Jeff Broadstreet. Now, this is where I debunk myself a little bit. And remember, I'm just trying to find the truth. Sitting at the Rocket Pictures office is the only Hollywood director that has ever been to Area 51. Just so happens the hour. I'm debunking myself. I know you're looking at me like, wait, why is John debunking his own? I'm sorry. I've called that into question. I find that a little suspicious. Obviously. That the only Hollywood director, Jeff Broadstreet, who I talked to 3 times a month for 6 years, happened to be sitting at the office, was friends with Sean David Morton when Victor called. They bring Victor in. Jeff Broadstreet tells me, matter of fact, the biggest PETA, pain in the butt, on the history of the world, demand after demand after demand. We've settled them down. We came to a financial demand. We said, there's no way we're doing this unless you come on screen, silhouette, voice changer. Yep. He reluctantly agreed to that.
He was not, it appeared in the video, however, he was very uneasy and not happy.
Was there something about the content that caused them to file it differently or give it special handling?
This interview was terminated.
The interview resumed only after a discussion of the ground rules.
Have you personally seen the alien being that appears in the tape?
Yes, I have, but I stress I was not necessarily present at the interview session that appears on the tape.
He was not a happy camper.
not a happy camper.
Not there, and not even in the phone call with Art Bell, which he also voiced out that he felt like he was kind of coerced into doing. So not once did it seem like he was very willing to come forward.
Welcome to the program, Victor.
Yes, I think it's fair to say at this moment I'm incensed. The snafu with the telephone numbers. Can I ask you who is at your studio at this time?
But then, like later we can talk about this, but there was, in some people's contention with this, was a financial aspect of it. Like he did receive money for something. And he explains that, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And I do want to address it because I think it's an important point to address. But yeah, he was very reticent. He did not want to come forward on camera. So visibly angry. Well, invisibly angry.
And it's funny because the director, Jeff Broadstreet, of the hundreds of talks I've had with him on email, he would tell me, John, once we settled him down, he was actually a chatterbox. He was actually very, very cordial and very, and I guess I should say this part now, even though it's a kind of a, it's like a, and I guess I should say this part now, even though it's a kind of a, it's like it's a surprise, but he slipped about 6 months ago, the director, and he said, yeah, when he put on the wig, because he wore like a wiggy toupee on top of his thing, and you'll see Victor's hair come down over his forehead like this, and there's a wig on top of it. Jeff Broadstreet says he had to tuck in his ponytail, and I froze, going back to because we're thinking this guy is a scientist to some degree inside these programs. I immediately, boom, think of Eric Davis, who said that these scientists in the program, again, what did we just talk about? 2 people making comments who don't know each other from 10, 20 years eras apart, and they say the same thing. that Eric Davis said these scientists in these programs weren't IBM types. Eric Davis said, quote, they wore sandals, sometimes no shoes, ponytails, and they walked around humming Pink Floyd music. And I went, this direct Jeff Broadstreet just kind of gave me a nugget here.
Yeah.
He's backing up what Dr. Davis said about these insiders. And that really just like stiffened my back like, okay, we might be onto something here. I'm still, again, trying to find the truth. I've been trying to prove, I'm talking to your viewers, that this was a hoax. I went at this as this was a hoax, and I beg your viewers to please understand that. So they put the tape out. It gets a lackluster response. I just realized that it came on the heels of the John Bonet murder investigation and all of that hoopla. So it was, and people call this the forgotten documentary because not a lot of people really truly remember it coming out. It came out on the UPN network. I thought it was Fox. It was the UPN network talking about the money. I talk about the money with this investigation. Follow the money. I come to find out in my investigation was put up by Reicher Entertainment on the UPN network, a startup network, on a program called Strange Universe. And they used this as a 1-hour special on the Strange Universe. It was like a weekly episodic conspiracy show. I research and find out that everyone's got short pockets. There isn't a lot of money. I've heard stories, anecdotal, that people weren't getting paid by Reicher Entertainment. So my point is this. A very elaborate animatronic alien by anyone's standards.
Sure, okay, I see.
In 96.
Yeah.
Short money. Victor's got to get paid.
Yeah, he's not getting millions of dollars.
No, all the production company and Rocket Picture has to get paid, and Reicher's got short dough. Even Jeff Broadstreet said, I don't think Tom Coleman got a whole lot of money for this. So my point is, was there enough money to produce, and people hate when I say this, an animatronic being that we think would have to have had about 5 operators with remote control cables, dragon skin, rubber skin. Would there be enough money to create this? People were telling me it could be done in somebody's garage between 10, and there are some people saying a retail animatronic shop would have charged $80,000. Was there $80,000 back then? With what I just described, people aren't getting paid. I mean, it's a short budget. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
there is a money aspect here. I'm not running away from the money. I'm telling you, there is.
That's a good point.
There is a money. Follow the money here, and the number one rule of journalism, and I did that. And I'm saying to myself, I've had FX people come to the site and said, "Do you know how much money?"
Yeah, even at the low end, because I'm not going to assume it was animatronic, because at the low end, it would have been manipulated by multiple people, Muppet style. Even then, it seems like the experts in puppetry acknowledge that it was skillfully done, right? That the experts in puppetry don't believe for a second this is an alien, but again,
that's not true.
Well, the ones in the movie,
correct?
In the documentary in '97, those two gentlemen, they don't believe it, but it's also potentially, as Victor does point out, eventually in their best interest to say that I can make it better.
And the one animatronic person said, "Now think about this. I'm a retired car dealer." If I tell you, well, I know that's a Toyota Corolla, but there's something about it that I don't understand that I can't say it's a Toyota Corolla. You'd be like, what do you want? And are you?
Because there was that. They were confused. Well,
special effects person said, it does one move. This is a top Hollywood special effects person, says on camera, but it does one move. I can't figure out how they did it.
Criswell thought the alien exhibited movements that would be difficult to fake.
There are moments when this looks very real, and I don't know how they did certain little things about this. So right when I would say that it's definitely a puppet, he moves a certain way, or he'll lift up in the frame and all that. And all these little things are important to the character.
This animatronic alien does this. It's moving this way while it's turning its head this way. It's coughing. There can't be a hand inside the mouth because the chin is only 3 fingers wide. You could not fit. And we've showed part of it where there is really no one in the back of the head from what we can see. I'm just speculating here. So it would have to be a 5-person animatronic. We show the mouth going open like that, which is alarming to me. I'm just simply stating this. I'm not trying to the money for that high tech, obviously high tech alien. I just don't see where it came from.
Yeah,
that's all.
It's the one argument that can be made. Obviously we're ruling out CGI. So the only argument left is puppeteering. That is the only argument left. And if you look at it, it does seem like either a incredibly skillful puppeteering act or animatronics. Like these, at the low end, a renowned puppeteer behind, plus even making it, like you said, in a way that you could manipulate it, might in itself be a feat to behold. And so...
And he's never come forward.
And exactly. And you know what? That's like much like the idea of, and we'll get into this maybe a little bit later, but the Skinny Bob video that keeps cropping up as well. A lot of people say the same thing about that. Is like there's no set photos, there's no costume leaks, there's no mold anywhere, like mold of a cast of any of the costumes. And so to me, I always think, even if you look at what was it, X-Files, one of the movies I think it was, or where there was this lab of bodies that they had, and eventually set photos would surface, and then people would share them as if they were real, and then they debunk them because they no, it's from the set of X-Files.
Exactly.
But just to say that, like when you're on these sets and they're quite elaborate, you can go from anywhere from like 10 to 50 people at a time being a part of that, and that's a lot to contain for such a, for somebody just trying to get a small check.
30 years, the puppeteer,
no debunks.
Craft Catering,
Yeah.
the accountant, the wardrobe. I drove the people to the studio, the people at the studio or the soundstage, the person that made that bizarre monitor, which I think is the bombshell.
The heart monitor?
No one in Hollywood, including the animatronic person, has come forward at a pool party to try and make it with some girl to be like,
So-
I made that. That has never happened with any hoax. That if there is, I'm wrong.
Sure.
That's never happened.
It's a little ludicrous to think that it was done for money. I think that argument we can probably rule out. As you said, it doesn't really add up.
I'm so glad I'm here.
But the argument you're welcome, but the argument that still does hold up for a lot of people is PSYOP, right? That is the biggest argument to be made about this case. So why would someone want to create a PSYOP? Well, if you look at the day or the date that this video came out, it was a few short months after the Varginha crash that happened in Varginha, Brazil, where the American military, Air Force, showed up in Brazil to haul off, a bunch of aliens and retrieve a downed craft. What better way to sort of, misdirect the audience is to leak an alleged interaction with a being and have people sort of question. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm not saying that it's real, that it's not real, that it's a PSYOP. I'm saying, for me, the only valid argument other than it being real is some insane PSYOP. And that, to me, is just as valuable in this context, because what are you covering up? You know what I mean? Like, why would you spend so much money in PSYOPing people into thinking aliens are real? What are you actually hiding that's worse than aliens? And so, yeah, that's just the only point I wanted to make there.
Thank you for bringing up the conclusion of my no. I completely agree that, and I hope people appreciate this, that after all of this money and all of this time, I can conclusively say that this was filmed by the government, whether it was a PSYOP or whether it was an actual extraterrestrial. I've had two insiders, and we will get to this, who tell me, don't. One of them is Stephen Greer. Don't be disappointed when you find out it was a recreation of an actual event, a PSYOP. Well, first of all, you're not going to hurt my feelings because I don't care.
Right.
I want to know the truth. And I am telling you, because the coding on the bottom, the DNI, Department of Naval Intelligence, which so proud of me and my team for proving Bob Lazar's story on that angle, that in the number 27, that there is, that I am 99% positive that it was filmed by the United States government. If you want me to shock everyone, and 25% now that it could have been done for a PSYOP of we couldn't show you a real alien, but we created this and we did try and have disclosure.
Right.
What do you mean you want to put me in Leavenworth for 30 years? I did approve that video release. I tried to show you, but I didn't have the security clearance from the president to show you a real alien. We are definitely under the distinct possibility that is a possibility.
Do you think that if it was a PSYOP, that Victor was kept in the dark? Because for it to be a successful PSYOP, Victor getting caught lying would have been a big oversight. They would have had to kept him in the dark. So he, by all means, thinks that it is a real alien and was being told so.
Great question. We have been told
like a planned leak.
Of course, we have been told that Victor was chosen to do this if it was a PSYOP. I only have two people telling me it was a PSYOP, not Greer and this other person that said don't be disappointed. I'm talking actual people.
Sure.
That Victor was a disenfranchised employee. What's funny about the Bob Lazar story is that I have basically put together this mosaic of S4 and this draconian, oppressive regime down there that really turned a lot of people, this cabal, into getting somehow information out from S4 to the public. And when you talk about the draconian security measures that Bob Lazar talks about, we have multiple people telling us that is something that turned people off to want to leak information. And we have two people telling us that Victor was disenfranchised and that someone from Majestic 12, as part of a public acclamation program, I'm just telling you what I was told on this.
Sure.
That it was allowed to happen, wink, wink. I don't believe that. I don't think I don't think intelligence lets you, I don't think intelligence does this and, go ahead and take it. I've got a great quotation. I'm so glad in classified programs, when you have security lapses, it's at the end of the classified program, offices relocate, access lists are updated, personnel shifts, and oversight changes. Victor said there was a drop in security to go from analog to digital, and that's when he was allowed to copy this footage.
So just to catch people up, the tape itself, the reason why he was allowed, because there's a big piece of information here that people were like, why would they just allow him to take a VHS of an alien and sneak it out?
Which it wasn't a VHS tape, but go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. What kind of tape was it?
Well, that's the other thing that goes to the government filming. We have experts. One of them from National Geographic that said it's definite original 16 millimeter. The only people.
16 millimeter.
Only people filming on 16 millimeter in 1991 or even 96 would have been the government. It was very hard, very cumbersome. We can't find any producers that would film on 16 millimeter.
Right.
But we did find out,
and
the
because
government's
nothing was
audiovisual,
digitized yet.
Right. You see the old Roswell cameraman with the two reels that was still being used when Victor said this was filmed in 91, which we have also been told with the leaked statement that I will talk about, that April 22nd of 1991. And in 91, yes, they were using VHS tape. In Betamax, they were also, the audiovisual department for many government programs was still using 16 millimeter.
And so then during the transfer of tape to digital, which, most media companies had to deal with, every media company that had to stay afloat, basically everybody that had anything on tape had to eventually digitize it. And it's a laborious process. I've done it myself. I've got real canisters down here that I've had digitized. It's expensive. It's tough. It's not perfect even today. And so during that time, you could see, because imagine smuggling something out, like, it would have been just the highest security ever. So it would have had to have happened during a time where there was potential confusion, perhaps like a government shutdown, or like anything in this pocket would have been like the perfect storm to get one of these things out.
Yeah. Well, it was actually, again, we'll get to the main leaker, who I call the chairman, the letter that he wrote, the email that he wrote me. But this was let out of S4. And that's when I went, because I knew you couldn't get anything out of these unauthorized special access program.
Yeah.
You're waiting the nude. When you come, you're waiting the nude when you leave. Fact. Nobody's sneaking out a DVD between their butt cheeks. I'm sorry. And Victor alludes to that also. And I'm not jumping forward in the story, but when I talk about the email that I got of the whole provenance of this tape was, the Area 51 cameraman was escorted back to the Groom Lake Photo Lab. He made 2 copies of the 16 millimeter film, snipped 3 minutes of it, put it in a burn bag in a GSA approved vault, and that burn bag was snuck off of the Nellis test and training range. That's how. So Victor, did he obfuscate and lie a little bit that he was the active agent? I think he was protecting that cameraman.
Or protecting his own identity.
Could he be the cameraman? Now, the name we've got of Victor, I'm not jumping forward, we have him on the log. The same log that I saw Bob Lazar's name, which has Victor working for EG&G, which
built Area 51.
Right, which did everything. You know what else they did for the government? Highly top secret audiovisual documentation.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we are very convinced that Victor was a mid to low level audiovisual, maybe even the manager or the director.
Right, he had access.
He had access to
films, but he also said that he saw the being.
Correct. Well, if you're part of the filming or managing the filming, you're going to have to be read into this program, and you're going to actually have to have some contact with the being or be in the room when it's being filmed to make sure.
Because otherwise, why would a guy with a ponytail, just be hanging around this highly sensitive area?
Right.
You'd have to be some type of expert.
Right.
And the fact that you have the film and you say that you saw this being, put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, you're probably
right. And Victor talks about philosophy, the end of the world. I'm not jumping ahead here. I want to make this great point about him being probably the director, manager, mid-level audiovisual person for EG&G. He talks about eschatology, the end of the study of the end of the world, and religion, and especially when it comes back in 08, Mayan calendars. Just a pretty interesting story. We probably believe he had some PhD in film. And we find out that people that get their doctorate or their master's in film, also, most of them, a lot of them, those people also have a double major or a follow-up major in philosophy. I didn't make this up. I read this on the internet. So I just because he seemed a little too philosophical for a guy that was a cameraman at the NBC station. And when I read that on Google, it was just, again, one of those things I'm like, wow, is this really coming together?
I would give you that, but I would also push back a little bit in thinking that when he did mention that, he also mentioned that he was nearing the end of his life due to potentially an illness.
Right. And the director said he didn't believe that.
Right. Oh,
which was a counterintelligence operation of I'm dying.
Sure, but that's
Don't
also
look for me.
But that also would be when you get more philosophical.
Totally. So that's the story of how Victor went to Rocket Pictures. They go on Art Bell to promote the DVD because the viewership was not up to par on the UPN network. And this actor, remember, everyone's, Victor's got to be an actor. This hired actor is arguing for a minute and a half that he was given the wrong phone number, and you're an actor and you're upset about a wrong phone number. You can't get through. And this, what we have found out about Victor, this pedantic personality, this precision mentality. It's this way. It's the rules. It's the regulation. It's specificity. That really shone through. I just don't think an actor would argue for in a minute and a half with Art Bell about the number being wrong. And I found that stupefying. We ran, and I'm not getting ahead of myself, but we hired 2 people from the Reed School of Lie Deception in Chicago, 2 police officers, and we also gave this to a retired FBI agent to watch Victor for his verbiage. Can't really his body language, but we can maybe analyze his verbiage. In the Reed School of Lie Detection, we got 2 police officers that graduated to look at Victor, and a retired FBI agent who's a private investigator. Please don't look up in Chicago a retired FBI agent, private investigator, and stalk him. So, I'm just saying. The FBI agent went, stop. Do you think this guy's an actor? When Victor's talking about the primitive conceptual framework, it's talking from an alien to talk to a human being about the dynamics of space travel, and it would be like putting calculus in the greets and scrunches of a chimpanzee. And the former FBI agent, he goes, I don't know who this guy is, but stop. You're wasting. The police officers said the same thing. And then one of them came in with that word, pedantic personality. So I'm reading all about, I have a degree in counseling psychology, and I'm reading about that type of personality trait. You know what I'm reading over and over again? The majority of occupations that have that trait? Scientists. You don't do a dash of this and a pinch of thallium and element, and you just throw in a little bit of it.
It's not very, he's not socially, He's not a
He's
social
not Jon
expert.
Stewart, the generalizer.
Sure. No,
not
he's
him.
yeah. You can tell. And what was interesting about the Art Bell interview, and I would
Fascinating.
I would encourage everybody to first of all go check out the original documentary, but then also follow up. It's a great follow up.
Yes.
With the Art Bell, and Art Bell, obviously the predecessor of all of this. He is the guy. And even Art Bell, admits that it took 20, 30 minutes for him to warm up to Victor, because at first he's like, I'm not really buying anything. This guy's very cold, reserved, shut down, being kind of rude. And then after 30 minutes, when I guess Victor felt comfortable with Art, because Art Bell had a wonderful way of making you feel comfortable.
Of course.
His voice was so soothing and understanding. And
Stroked his ego.
Yeah, exactly. And just kind of like allowed him to get comfortable.
Correct.
He started opening up, and then Art Bell, to his credit, was like, I believe him. Art Bell believed him. That's for me, as far as anecdotal evidence goes, it's a big one for me, because I think, he spoke to a lot of people, and you can just really put it raised my conviction level that this man was at least believing that he was telling the truth. And I say that because, maybe he was fed something that he doesn't know not to be true. And yeah, that interview was really revealing, but also, like you said, he was quite upset about the small sort of almost just things that didn't matter. And you're like, why is he so upset about
I'm so
this
glad
stuff?
I'm sitting with you. I mean that sincerely. Does an actor go on Art Bell and answer, and I know this for a fact, answer an hour and a half of unrehearsed questions? And one of the biggest things he's pissed off about is, yes, we're not telling the public about the extraterrestrial phenomenon, but one of the things that really pissed him off was people that worked on an S4 had little personal mementos and trinkets on their desk, and they were told not to.
Yeah.
Does an actor even think of that?
Yeah,
he talks about Sean David Morton's newsletter, and he's correcting things in it. An actor from CAA or Central Casting is reading Sean David Morton's Delphi conspiracy.
I don't believe it's an actor.
Come on,
I don't think
it's not.
I don't think very many people. I don't think very many people believe it's an actor. Those who do obviously haven't done their due diligence. But I think.
Thank you, Chris.
I think that the potentiality for this being a legitimate person close to the program, given some passage material, he believes it to be true. I think that potential is still there. So like you said, I think this does have something to do with the government. Either it's true, or the opposite side of the spectrum to me is just as fascinating. Why would you want this to be out there? Are you preparing people? Are you simply misdirecting people? Like, what is the reason there? And that to me is equally as maybe not equally as interesting. Obviously, a real alien is much more interesting.
It bothers me more because you're taking my tax dollars and making a hoaxed video to deceive me. Even if you think you're preparing me, you're taking my tax dollars. I've worked my butt off my entire life, and you're taking my money and creating a hoaxed video and deceiving people. I understand you want to prepare us, but you're deceiving people right there.
I don't know what end. I don't know what end that is.
Bizarre.
It is bizarre.
There's aliens. We all know there's aliens.
There's something.
But we've got people hiring special effects people to create a really good animatronic alien to deceive us. That to me is creepier and is more bothersome than some alien in a random underground facility being filmed.
Yeah, both are bizarre. That's for sure. Okay, so the story gets out, doesn't get traction. He goes on Art Bell, kind of still angry that people haven't really caught on to this. So he goes back to, the producers who first documented this and really goes off on him. He wears a mask in this interview, and he's kind of like, just, you can tell, really pissed off and breathing heavily in that mask, and there's his fly buzzing around him. You just see his annoyance come through, and he's just annoyed that there's two people here.
That he's wearing a rubber mask.
He's wearing a mask.
How much credibility do I have when I'm wearing a rubber mask?
Exactly. And he's just kind of fed up because, and he really kind of goes off on ufologists and grifters, and, and that's not something normally a grifter would do. You don't see somebody who's out there. Let's see somebody who's out there and, just screaming at people for not doing the work they're supposed to be doing. They call themselves researchers. I gave them everything. They're not doing anything. Like, to me, that really raised, again, my conviction level that he believes what he's saying.
It's been 11 years since I brought out that tape. What follow-up has there been? Who among these so-called ufologists, these self-proclaimed investigators, show me one of them that's demanded information about S4 under the Freedom of Information Act. Show me one of them that has seriously attempted to confirm or deny the existence of the alien interview program. All they care about is talking among themselves and making videotapes, making documentaries, promoting themselves.
Well, you and I hoax something. Do we go back 7 years later and cajole people to prove it's a hoax? That never rang true to me. Okay. I just find that impossible that a hoaxer would come back and cajole and be combative with people. Again, he's mad at people. He's mad at the UFO community, even the ones that say it's real.
That's right.
He says, you're taking it for face value.
Yeah.
That pedantic personality. Research why you think it's real.
Yeah.
Absolutely blew my mind.
Yeah, definitely. There were people in that documentary who took it at face value that it was real. And he's kind of like, you just got lucky. That's what he said. He's like, you got lucky that it was real and that you reacted that way. He's like, you didn't do any research.
And if it's so easy to make that alien puppet to all the special effects people, make one. Go in your garage and make one.
So to this day,
anyways,
this video, to me and to everyone else on the internet, I've shared a lot of videos and a lot of things. So have you. And it's one of those videos that when you read comments from balanced individuals, it seems to surface a lot more conviction of it being true than many of the other videos, save perhaps Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob's another big contention for a lot of people, and I'm still kind of on the fence. So I'm like, I guess I'm around. My conviction level dropped for Skinny Bob quite a bit. It being an authentic alien, Again, not completely out of the realm of it being a psyop, but it did drop a little bit. But I'm roughly 50-50 on that one as well. This one I'm a little higher conviction because of the nature of the video being like one shot. What part of this video for you raises your conviction level on this being true, and what's one part that lowers it? And I'll start with mine.
Great question.
So the one that raises it for me is obviously the movements of this being, and then perhaps some of the stuff in the foreground that we're seeing. The things that lower my conviction for this specific video is the lighting, but again, that can be...
You know that, can you tell people that's not the way Victor brought that film?
It was lighter.
It was bluish.
Yeah, it was bluish.
Bluish hue. And no one, why is it so dark?
Yeah.
That's a puppet because the room's dark. That's not the way Victor brought that video. They did that for theatrical dramatic effect.
Okay.
Because it looks so much better than the blue closed circuit television style Victor. But Victor brought a blue hue, and you can find this on the internet. You can see the alien's thorax, his arms, not his hands. Yeah, that is not the way Victor brought that video.
Okay, point taken.
Okay.
But the other thing was the doctor behind him, and this for me as just a body language observer, there were two doctors that stepped in. One of them had a flashlight and was looking in the mouth, looking in the eyes, perhaps to see dilation or whatever it was. Hemorrhaging, hemorrhaging, even in the nostrils if there was hemorrhaging, if he was choking, and they were wiping the mouth. There was stuff coming out of the mouth, and they were wiping this. Yeah, and that's all very compelling. The other gentleman,
Wilford Webb Wilson.
Who's this?
That is Jon Stewart. No.
Okay, but the other gentleman who
died in Watsonville, California, 2014.
How do you know this? You talked to his wife?
I got the whole story to tell you.
Okay.
No, come on, let's go.
But I'm saying,
so what about him? You didn't. He touches the being weird.
He's not really doing anything, and it seems like he's doing exactly what I would do if I were playing to the camera, and that's what I read. I'm like, this guy's like, he's kind of like doesn't know what to do with his hands, kind of like pretending to be a doctor. If I look at it through that lens, that's how I see it. Now, I also don't know how I would react if I had to fix a choking alien. I don't know that I wouldn't also act exactly like he did, right? But
am I going to touch something that's going to hurt the alien?
That's right.
Are you ginger with it?
Are there people with guns looking at me right now? Like, I don't know.
Dan Burr says how frail the beings were. Victor tells us that this being was at the end of its interview cycle. So it was going to be retired. Obviously, you could tell the being was slightly infirm, especially with the respiratory illness that he had. And I agree with you.
Yeah. So that for me, that was I think the biggest contention is just body language of this second doctor. Other than that, I really can't find much to really go on. But what about you? What's one thing that raised your conviction level looking at this video, and what's one thing that lowered it?
That it is such a casually shot video. Somebody made a great statement to me that when you're the government and you're filming something, you're there to document something. You're not there to make Miley Cyrus look in the perfect lighting. That's not your job as part of the government audiovisual documentation, which I think is a great point. The fact that there is a red stool that you could buy at Kmart in Las Vegas in the 90s, sitting off to the side in front of the table. Nobody realizes this. A stool. You've just left a stool there in this hoax video. The hoaxed video, you obviously spending a lot of money to hoax it as the Hollywood producer. You don't have the medics in pressurized suits because, wouldn't you put them in pressure? They come in short sleeve scrubs. Yeah. Obviously knowing that maybe the being's not a contaminant to humans. You have a monitor that still to this day, no one knows what it is. And that, I could talk about the monitor for
the erratic heartbeat.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. All of this, you have two military people in the foreshadow. Nobody even realizes these two men were there until Victor talks about it, until a guy in England who were enemies named Andrew Burlington shows the patch. The patch on this army officer, the combat patch, is like a dragon, a horse, a wing that I have gone through 3,000 military patches. So this producer has now created its own military patch that no one can see. You emblazoned DNI on the bottom of the film, a abbreviation of a Department of Naval Intelligence that no one can look up in 96 when it came out. We can't look it up now. You can't look up that agency, even though I've proven that it exists. Why would you do that?
So how did you prove it existed?
Well, I mean, if you want to jump around, that's fine. Okay, let's go.
For me, I'm looking at, I'm looking, obviously the only semblance of this is the Department of Naval Intelligence, which was on, Bob's pay stubs. Okay. And a lot of people said, it's not even a department or whatever. And then I had John Ramirez sit here and he said, sometimes it's a flash ID. So it looks like an official department, but it allows them to sort of go undercover into these darker programs.
So proud of this. Prove Bob Lazar's story of the DNI at least.
Okay, yeah.
DNI. Okay, number one. He is an author. He is a school teacher, family of 6. He's got a degree in invertebrate anthropology, real dummy, and a Navy aviator. And he's an author, and we are talking about another subject matter.
Okay.
And I went, wait a minute, Michael, this is text. Still have the text. What is the DNI? I want to be clear, Michael. Not the Office of Naval Intelligence, the Department of Naval Intelligence. Is it real? Yep. I'm like, again, the department. He goes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm like, why can't I find it? He said it's an agency buried inside the Department of Navy. You're never going to find it. I'm like, holy shit. I want to call Bob Lazar. Bob, I'm proving this. A Navy aviator. Can you tell me how you know this? Before I went to, he's typing this to me. Before I went to Naval Aviator School in Pensacola, Florida, 2 agents of the DNI approached me to be an agent with them. And I declined. I wanted to fly planes for the Navy. It's a naval aviator telling us the Department of Naval Intelligence, not Office Department, is real. It's buried as an agency in the Department of Navy. And he writes, got this on text, they're the spooks for the Navy. It's like their CIA arm for their Navy.
Wow.
One thing I will ask of you when I leave, can you please tell everyone how much I credit the internet for helping me, Inspector Clouseau, through the 6 years? If it wasn't for the internet and my co-pilot, I would be nowhere with this.
Yes, fine.
Okay, that's all I ask. The internet angels have been awesome. Mr. Stewart, hi. My name is Sean. I don't know if he wants me to say his last name. His first name is Sean, S-E-A-N. He goes, I have a Canadian security conference brochure of the listing of events. Yeah. And on it is a Colonel Carl Prinsloo of the Department of Naval Intelligence.
Wow.
Sent it to me. I have it. It was in my documentary. I'm like, I've emailed this guy 5 times. He will not return my email. Don't tell him what it is. So on a conference brochure, we have U.S. Department of Naval Intelligence. His name is Carl Prinsloo. And I mention names. I mention facilities. I will give you codes. I don't gatekeep anything. And I'm proud of that. And what I would like to do with this conversation is to tell you people, to tell you names, facilities, to let you know that this is all real. So that's 2 things with the Department of Naval Intelligence.
What's his name again? I'm going to write this down. I need to.
Carl.
Yep.
Prinz, Prinzlov. I can send you the.
Okay.
I can send you the Canadian brochure. I've got all 22 pages of this conference. It's like you get a little brochure of today we'll be having dinner. After dinner, Chris Ramsey from the DOD will speak. Yeah. Shocking. This is going to sound like I'm going to tell a joke at a bar, but it's not. A director level former CIA, what would you call them? Member, personnel, owns a microbrewery with his wife, who is in linguistics for the CIA.
Okay.
My cousins take me after deer hunting. And they're like, my cousin's into aliens. And John, this is, I don't want to say his name. And he told me what he did for the CIA. This is like director level, not a director, but he is on the top of the food chain. And we're sitting, we're talking. And I know I'm catching him off guard. I said, can I ask you one quick question? I'll never forget. He was sitting like this. And he said, yeah. And he was looking away from the bar. He was on a bar stool. Bar was jammed. I said, is the Department of Naval Intelligence real? I want to be clear, not the office. The Department of Naval Intelligence. Chrissy went like this. Yeah, it's a real thing. And he caught himself. He gets up. He goes, I'll be right back. He goes into his back office, and my cousins and I are looking at each other. They don't know what DNI means, but I'm waiting. And I'm waiting. Like, is this guy dropping a dime on me? Is he, is he going to himself? Why did I just do that? It was very, very, very bizarre. I talked to his wife, and we'll get into my emails being stolen. She tells me that she thinks it's the NSA. I don't believe in aliens. You're crazy, so on and so forth. And we are getting into almost like a shouting match with each other. And I said, do you know, is the Department of Naval Intelligence a real thing? She's like, yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I'm just like, well, I've got 2 CIA people that told me this. I've got a naval aviator, and now I've got somebody, Carl Prinsloo, Prinslov, whatever his name was, that he's on a conference brochure with the Department of Naval Intelligence. And again, I have proven, I think without beyond of a shadow of a doubt, that the Department of Naval Intelligence is real. Bob Lazar said it was the company that hired him. I found out that it's one of the 3-letter agencies that runs a program under the umbrella. I found out that they were there asking their set of questions, that there was literally a conga line of 3-letter agency people waiting to go into that interview suite to ask that being questions.
Really?
Now, whether it was that interview, whether that's the way it happens with all of the interviews, because you and I believe there's a percentage that could be a psyop, but during these interviews, there are agencies waiting outside in the hallway waiting to insert their questions to this being, oftentimes.
Well, that's also lines up with, was it Carl Wolf? There was a deathbed confession years ago.
Okay.
Carl Wolf, do you know, is it Carl Wolf? I believe it was. And this gentleman said that he went to church. It was a very niche church. I think it was the Church of World of God or Church of the World or something. It was like almost like a sect, like some small church. And the person he went to church with worked at Area 51 S4.
I'm listening.
And the guy the guy on his deathbed, he was, he had TSI. He had pretty deep clearances because I think what he did was like just paperwork, something, very classified, but mainly paperwork. And he's like, he calls him up one day and he's like, hey, and he's telling this to Danny Sheehan on his sort of deathbed. He didn't even tell his wife. And this is him he's hooked up to tubes and everything. And he's telling Danny Sheehan this. And he said that I was invited to go to Area 51. He's like, I don't know, the guy wanted to show me some stuff around there. He had clearances already, so it was all good. And he takes him, and then they go to S4, and they take an elevator. They go down and get to a place. They start walking, and he sees a bunch of underground hangars with crafts levitating off the ground. And then they go into this room where there's a one-sided mirror, and there's a being sitting there. And he said, do you want to ask it anything? And he goes, no, being religious, he thinks this is some demon.
Right.
And he goes, okay, I'll be right back. And then he goes in and he kind of like sits there in silence with it for a second, comes back out with a stack of like papers and says, he's done, but now he has, these are all previous answers that we were given. And he starts reading through them. And like the answers were, where are you from? And, they say, we're part of the same galaxy, but our mission is to monitor this planet, yada, yada. And that, he asks him, is God real? And he goes, well, not the God that you think. And like gives him some kind of weird,
right.
A roundabout answer. But that to me, again, deathbed confessions are
huge.
Yeah. To me, that's the biggest piece of evidence.
Of course. You're alleviating your burdens. You're alleviating your mind. You're not worried about any repercussions.
It's the most credible confession. It's the most credible, unless you're completely delirious. To me, it's the most credible thing you can ever hear from another human being, period, is when you're about to leave this planet.
Right.
What do you want to leave this planet with?
Right.
A lie, a joke, a farce, a hoax, somebody's cover up, some psyop. It's all very strange to leave somebody with that, but to leave them with that story.
Yeah.
And so, I just thought that was an interesting connection there about the conga line of people asking questions. It kind of lines up.
And they have index cards. They write the answers down on index cards. The DNI, let me finish with this. This is what started my whole saga.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running for United States Congress. And it's 1999. I'm not going to win. This is a hellish 11-way primary in the North Shore of Chicago, the John Hughes, where he made all the high school movies, the Home Alone houses, the North Shore. These are all uppity, very wealthy people at a lot of the neighborhoods, and it's a free for all. We are destroying each other. Private detectives smear a national newspaper still to this day. It's on Grok. And Jon Stewart was involved in an 11-way primary that national newspaper is called the dirtiest congressional primary in history, which kind of helped me for being able to absorb what happened to me for the past 6 years. I ended up endorsing a guy I became friends with, Mark Kirk, who became the congressman and became a one-term senator, Senator Mark Kirk. He was in the reserves, and he was a naval intelligence officer in the reserves. This started the whole thing. We're on the back of the bus, just him and I. John McCain is brought in. We're doing a bus tour for the district to hype up the primary. And it's Mark and I at the back of the bus. Chris, this started everything. And Leslie Keene once told me, oh, you found something, you touched the third rail. You were like asking a mafia guy the code name for a... And so I said, Mark, before everyone gets on, what is the DNI, the Department of Naval Intelligence? And he was over here and he did this. Oh, yeah, the DNI. Yep, the DNI. And I'm doing this. Yeah. And he's like, and he looked at me like this, and people started filing on to the bus, and it faded in, to the buzz of everyone. And I remember going, holy shit, this video might be real. Because I just had a naval intelligence officer who became our senator in Illinois swallow his peach pit. I'm still friends with him. I was out to dinner with him a year ago. He's the one that got me involved with Captain John Lovell of the Apollo missions. I'm not dropping names. I'm just saying he doesn't know anything about this. But and I've had, again, I remember telling the story to Leslie Keene. She's like, well, this is, reporters have that. You're touching the third rail. You are getting the sense that you just hit a raw nerve.
Yeah.
And why would he not look at me and go, what do you, Department Naval Intelligence, what are you talking about? There is no such thing. He did it. He said nothing, and he repeated it, and he looked off into the distance. And Chris, my stomach dropped. And this was 2 years after the 97 documentary came out. I'm like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Are you telling me? Because I thought it was maybe a carefully crafted hoax, that this thing could be real. And the last thing with the DNI is, he worked for NASA, Bob Osler. And he called the IRS with Bob Lazar's EIN, the federal tax number. When you are a business, you get an EIN number. I have one for my business. Yep. It's your tax index number. That's how you pay your taxes for your company. And the IRS took like 5 minutes, came back on the phone, said, I don't know what this is. This is classified. We can't tell you. This is Bob Osler, worked for NASA. He was the one that called that one admiral. He said, yeah, we've got, craft and whatnot. So there's Jon Stewart, the ding-a-ling car dealer, just gave you 5 pretty damn good stories that possibly, as far as the Department of Naval Intelligence is concerned, Bob Lazar was correct. That Bob was right. And before Bob, I researched this. I could be wrong. The Department of Navy Intelligence was never brought up. Bob Lazar I could be wrong. But in my investigation, Bob Lazar was the first one to bring up that's
a great point.
A Department of Naval Intelligence that doesn't exist, and to write it on a payroll stub and have it and give it. And Bob Lazar created a IRS taxpayer ID that another person's told is classified.
Yeah.
I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. So again, we're hoaxing. Chris Ramsey and Jon Stewart are hoaxing this video. We have a stool left in the thing. We've hired 2 guys to wear military outfits. We don't really put them in the shot. Their shoulders are getting in the way of the camera. We have medics that are not in pressurized suits. I was told by a cameraman, he's in the end of my documentary, my good friend, James Mastery, was a cameraman for ABC Chicago. He talked to me for a half hour about digital overlay graphics. I said, Jim, in 91, or 96, when we think it was a hoax.
Sure.
How much to put that on there? He goes, like a video production company? It's like, this took hours. You had to cut out the numbers, put it on the film, recopy the film, transfer it. And as far as the transfer and stuff, 16 millimeter transfer to VHS tape. Is Chris Ramsey and Jon Stewart on a short budget going to find 16 millimeter film, film it on that, one take, that's a one, we positive it's one take that 16 millimeter film, transfer it to VHS tape, have this actor go around to other film studios, have them come back to us, and then finally use this crappy VHS tape that we have to darken for the documentary. Really?
Yeah.
Isn't the Occam's razor that this was taken out of a government facility? It was shot on 16 millimeter. Victor went home. Again, I don't like this guy, but his name is Andrew Burlington. He's from England. He thinks conclusively that Victor, he knows the computer. It was a 1996 Gateway 3000 computer because it's got a white watermark line, that Victor used this computer to take the 16 millimeter film or the DVD disc and put it to a VHS tape. So pretty interesting. So that's our DNI story that I'm really very proud of, and proud of that I can tell people, don't throw Bob Lazar to the trash heap of grifters and hoaxers, because I think you're going to get disappointed.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's a lot of information. It's a lot of news to me. So it's very cool to hear about this elusive Department of Naval Intelligence, because as most people who follow Bob Lazar's story know, that's another point of contention that they keep bringing up. But as most of us who, look further into Bob Lazar's story, we realize that give it enough time and Bob will be vindicated yet again.
And I've got another Bob Lazar story for later on about lunch. You have to ask me that.
Oh, well, the lunch truck, the food trucks? Yeah. And
it's like asking me, John, as a pro wrestler, what did you guys say in the backstage? What did you say in the locker room?
Yeah, there's only things that you would know.
There's a bunch of stuff that only I would know. So I got the monitor if you want to go over the monitor.
I do. I also want to note that according to Victor, this being arrived to S4 in 89.
Right.
That's also when Bob was there.
Yeah, in the Kalahari crash.
Yeah, so that was I mean, that I don't know to be a fact, because
I don't either.
Yeah, because that could also just be passage material yet again.
Something I'm very proud of. Yeah. I have absolutely no idea, no information, nothing even anecdotal of where that beam came from.
Yeah, of course.
And where it crashed.
Yeah.
Please don't give me the look. We found a woman that claims she transcribed the index cards into notes.
Oh.
And I will tell you what she said about this being.
Oh, yes,
it's a little heartbreak. You want me to tell you that?
Yeah,
now?
please.
That they nicknamed him Oscar.
Uh-huh.
That this was his first mission. He conveyed. Now, this, again, one thing, Victor, and I've interviewed.
Who is this lady?
I'm not going to tell you her name.
Don't tell me her name, but who was she? Like, how did she hit you up?
She contacted me off the internet, my email, because I give my email.
Did you vet her?
No.
Okay.
I'm just telling you the story.
Yeah, I want to know everything.
I know that we talk a lot about S4. I just saw your video on Cosmic Road where you talk about interviewing. I interviewed for 3 hours a widow who claimed her husband was an S4 telepath and that he went crazy. They turned him into a bust out. The same thing, almost like with Victor, allegedly. I interviewed her for She was like, I found it fascinating, and I was a person that transcribed the notes of the thought projection. She said of the thought projection interviews between the being and the telepaths. Okay.
Whoa.
She's like, I'm not going to tell you anything more. Here's what I can tell you.
No way.
They nicknamed him Oscar.
Lady, come out here.
Now, this is what
Get on this podcast.
I'm just telling you what this woman.
No, I'm telling you, I want this lady on the podcast. Let's go. I'll backlight her. I'll do the whole thing.
This moved me a little bit, so I don't want to laugh too much because I
no, of course.
Just a little bit. They nicknamed him Oscar. It was his first mission. This is what he relayed. And what I want to tell you that there was a lot of fuzz and opaqueness with were the beings really telling us the truth, or are we getting the right information?
Right.
How does a being,
or is the telepath?
Because they put pictures in your head. So how does a being put a picture in your head that he was confused? His name was Oscar. It was his first mission. Allegedly, he was confused. It was a hard landing, and that he described that he was sick, and that he wanted to know where his other crew members were. Which I don't think it was the Kalahari crash, because that was only allegedly 2 beings. He wanted to know the disposition of his other crew members, and the last thing was that he was afraid of being there and in the facility of S4.
Yeah.
This is what this stenographer, whatever transcriber, told her. My wife was there on speakerphone with me. My niece was there, who's a corporate pilot, not some nitwit.
Sure.
And we were like, oh my god! And my 2 daughters were there. And when the lady said, and she sounded a little Spanish. I'm just saying, I don't want to. Just giving you everything that I can derive. When she said, he was afraid, my daughters got moved. Like they were and when the phone call ended, my daughter was like, "Daddy, my daughters."
Of
like,
course.
Daddy,
I mean,
makes us feel bad.
There's a certain.
I could have been a great hoaxer.
But there's also the anthropomorphic sort of take where we also feel the same for Stitch and Lilo and Stitch, because he's a Disney character. He's not real, and we kind of feed our own humanity into him. But and giving him a name doesn't help. Giving him a name like Oscar, you're like, oh.
But I'm not going to say anymore. Fat bald Italian wrestler.
Don't worry about that.
I'm not worried.
Don't worry about that.
But that was again. I give you the whole story.
I'm.
And it was fascinating.
If I was worried about those people, I'd be doing this.
And she contacted me after I told this long hour story of the S4, the widow whose husband allegedly was an S4 telepath and had the same. Again, she didn't know a lot about the Victor story.
Yeah.
And told me, whether it's true or not,
Sure.
that her husband had the same issue that Victor had, which was, you're not going to tell the people about this program? No, not on my watch. And her husband felt the same thing. And she said he went crazy at a conference table when they told him that that a offensive weapon or something, a system that they were developing was going to be used or could be used or being pushed to being used in an offensive manner for the military. He exploded. Like, you can change the world with this. And they actually threw him out of the program. They did things she felt to inhibit him from getting a real job. She said he was an adjunct professor or lecturer, not a full-time. She said, John, I'm telling you, 2 of his students from UCLA came up to him when we were out because they lived in Los Angeles. And, professor, blah, blah, blah. She goes, I know he wasn't full of it. But they turned him into a bum effectively. Yeah. Just like what Victor claims. I'm on the run.
That's interesting.
Interesting.
I would, I'm extending a branch out here to, anybody who knows this lady or anybody involved, reach out. I would love to hear it for myself. And if there's any way that we can get some of this information out, even anonymously, that would be really
Well, this is part of this for the past 6 years. People come out of the woodwork. They email and they contact us.
I've had that too. Yeah. It's interesting. It is frustrating as well because, part of you is like, you can hold this information and share it with other researchers. But outside of that, it doesn't really do any good.
And it hasn't helped my investigation. Coming forward, talking about it, begging people to help me has been awesome. It's helped. So, but I wanted to talk about the monitor.
Okay, let's talk about the monitor. This little heart monitor that jumps up and down.
Yeah. So, I'm not getting sappy here or whatever, but I'm in my driveway. It's 2019. I just lost the governor's primary for the Libertarian Party. My life isn't very good at the time in every metric. I won't go into, whatever, every part of your life, health, finances, marriage, whatever. Things were not going good for me. And maybe that was that, when you get down, when you're feeling low, sometimes that's when, when you hit, I would say rock bottom, but when you hit a low point, sometimes that's not the worst thing in the world. Another door will open. And, I was sitting in my car and I got home early one day. I remember a drizzle was coming down and this video was bothering me. The whole everything, Victor, the video, everything was just bothering me. And I said to myself, I've come home early. I've got some hours. I'm going to find something about this video right now, fact or not, proof or not. I'm going to prove this is fake right now. What do? I'm like, I don't know. I can't find these doctors. I don't know anybody in ufology, the military, nothing. I started from the ground floor on this investigation. I said, but this monitor is bizarre. The blip goes up and I want people to hear me clearly here. The green trace, it's called. That's the technical term. Goes up and down. The trace does not stay on the bottom of the screen, which every oscilloscope, every heart monitor, every EKG, the trace will stay down and it will also go up and down, but the bottom of the trace will always remain on the bottom of the screen. This monitor, that ball comes off of the bottom of the screen. We've stop motioned it. So it's very weird. Now, Jaime Maussan said that 15 cardiologists, thoracic surgeons all claim in Mexico that the heart monitor, if it was perfect in sync of that being coughing and going into some, which they thought was a cardiac arrest. There was a couple of thoracic surgeons that told Jaime Maussan back in '97 that they think that heart monitor was showing a single ventricle heart. Now we know that what I've been told about this creature does have a weird physiology, a heart, lung, one sac organ. Maybe that's what it was showing. That's what
we hear about in other parts of this lore.
So this is a cute story, and I love telling it because it's charming, it's real, and it shows humanity. So I'm in my car. Thank God for the internet, iPhones. I'm in my car. I go on the internet. Who made physiological monitors in the early 90s, right? When Victor said this was made in 91. I find two companies, Space Labs, not SpaceX, and Hewlett-Packard. We're the primary builders, developers, R&D of monitors. I find this in minutes. I contact Space Labs. I email them. They email me back. Well, sure. This is the Research and Development Department of Space Labs. They did monitors for NASA. They send us the video clip. We'll tell you what we think it is. They send it back. I have the email. I show it. Head scratcher. We have no idea what this is. The company that made monitors for NASA doesn't know what they're looking at. Now, I go to Hewlett-Packard. Hello, can I have the Research and Development Department for Physiological Monitors? One moment, please. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Can I help you? Whatever he said. This is Hewlett-Packard. I said, is there, John Stewart, I'm an investigator. Is there a really old guy in your R&D department? Crusty old guy, Chris, my right-handed God. Maybe he doesn't talk to a lot of people. They stay away. Maybe he's getting ready to retire, but he's been there forever. My hand of God, he goes, oh, we've got one of those. Puts me on hold. I hear, hello. You tell the guy's like in his 60s. And I was very, very cordial with him. I know I talk fast. I pissed a lot of people off, bothered them with how fast I talk at times. And I said, sir, my name is John Stewart. I'm from Chicago. I'm an investigator. We're doing a documentary, which I wasn't. I've got this physiological monitor I've never seen before. Is there any way I can get your email and email you this clip? And you tell me what this is, what you can help me. Sure. Absolutely. He gives me his email. This is 5 minutes later. This is after Space Lab. This is talk about the internet and smartphones. I call him back. He answers the phone. And he goes, a kid, I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm like, you've never seen anything like this. He said, I've never seen the trace go up and down, and I don't know why. And he had a statement. I don't know why you would make the trace go vertically and not horizontally. In the physiological terms, it doesn't make sense. Okay, it's a little bit of a good piece of information. He said, where's this from? And I'm like, oh, F it. I'm going to tell him the truth. I said, this is allegedly from an underground government facility. Please don't hang up on me. Allegedly, this is monitoring the physiology of an extraterrestrial. He doesn't laugh and doesn't hang up. Now, this has been repeated dozens of times in this investigation where people do not laugh at me, nor do they hang up the phone. I find that a little weird. He said, that's interesting. He said, said it's on an alien. Well, I think you're looking at a one-off. What's a one-off? He's like, well, in manufacturing terms, it's only if you're trying to solve a problem, there's not a device to solve it. He gives me the analogy. If you're looking for gold in 1800s, you would create a gold detector to help you find gold in the ground on that type of methodology. And he said, if you're telling me that this creature has a one sac or heart and lung is one unit, a human physiological monitor would not work. You'd have to create a one-off that could monitor this creature. I took my iPhone and I was bashing my head to check me back in reality. Like, this can't be happening. This guy is giving me like a breadcrumb trail. And he said, I think that's what you're looking at. I think the government probably would have made this especially to monitor this creature because he does not have the organs, as you said, of a human being. Okay. If you need anything else, you have my number. Go ahead and give me a call.
Mm-hmm.
I hang up in my car. I'm like, I just do not believe that this just happened. This is not enough. I want to be a true journalist. I need another 3 sources. That's what I've always been taught in journalism classes. Now I find, I'm going to wrap the story up.
No, you're good.
But actually, no, I'm not going to wrap it up. I find 3 people from Sweden that did their PhD level dissertation on the history of physiological monitors. Now, have I gone to the top of the mountain as far as physiological monitors in a matter of 10 minutes? The guy's name is Sven. I email him. He emails me back. I have the email. I send him the clip without the alien. I don't want to scare people.
Yeah, so you crop it. Yep.
Writes me back. This is a guy with his 2 cohorts. This just did the history of physiological monitors. Mr. Stewart, we have absolutely no idea what we're looking at. I'm sorry, we can't help you. And I simply said to myself, with having a rudimentary knowledge of Hollywood, is a schlocky 3rd-tier production company really going to invent this monitor that has never been created in the world and whatnot? Let me give you the debunking. I call an FX person. Oh, I could do that. How can you do it? Oh, I'll put a laser on a servo and I'll tap it up and down and that's how I would do it. A laser on a servo. And what would it hit? A piece of glass. I get my daughters, we get a piece of glass, we manufacture, we put it on a stand. I get the modern laser from the internet. We shut down the lights in my living room. I start bouncing it. Yeah, there's a green blip on it, but it's diffused. It's coming in the back of the wall. So we realized that this was a lot more advanced, if it's special effects, than just putting up a piece of glass in a laser on a servo.
There would have to be masking of like the diffusion. There would have to be like so much more that went into simply that.
Bombshell. I pay $2,500. This is the start of the writing the checks. I give $2,500 to Bill Mums, who National Geographic hired to do the analysis of the Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot film.
Okay.
Did I go to the top of the mountain again? Nat Geo hired him. I think he'd be good enough for. I give him the film, pay him $2,500. His name is Bill Mums. He writes me back and he says, definitely 16 millimeter. Coincides with what we've heard. Cool. Transfer to gives me the speed frame, the 60 blank per second. I've got the whole 8-page analysis of it. But I don't think this is real, but I'm saying that on face value. But it's 16 millimeter and nobody uses 16 millimeter. There's a problem. Well, of course there's a problem, just like the other FX guy. What's the problem? There's no creases under the armpits. Okay. He writes back, he goes, John, every foam latex doll that I've been involved in since the 50s, during the drying process, around 75%, they let the arms droop down. If they mold a creature. And when every creature, when the arms come down, a crease develops in the armpit. He sends me 20 pictures of the creature of the Black Lagoon to this guy, to this video. I mean, I got my money's worth. And I'm like, Bill, what does that mean? He said, well, it means that some unknown technique has been used by this Rocket Pictures in Beverly Hills that did a Rodney Dangerfield golf video. That's me. That's my language. This video production company suddenly devised a new breakthrough of animatronic foam latex dolls. And I don't believe that, what I just wrote. And he said, John, tread lightly. This is weird. I cannot explain this. Oh, I forgot. Here's the monitor. He sends me the picture of the monitor where all we saw was the glass. He was able to lighten it. It is bracketed by a metal bracket, not where Chris Ramsey and Jon Stewart would put 4 pieces of angle iron metal around a piece of glass. This has got like a bubble on top of metal with a fin. And on the one part of the bracket is a protrusion, like a cartridge of a bullet, like the top of a missile. Like somebody had a mold around that. Like something went, why would you just not put 4 pieces of metal together?
Yeah.
And Bill goes, somebody made this. There's a reason for that protrusion. He said the same thing I'm thinking. Special effects guys would just put 4 pieces of metal. This is bracketed. It's got a fin. It's got the protrusion.
Yeah, too much work.
Too much work. Are you ready? Hi, Mr. Stewart. I'm blah, 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 blah. Have you seen the video about Whitley Strieber talking about your alien in the monitor? No. Let me send it to you. Whitley Strieber, 2014, at a conference. Do you see this video behind me? It's my alien interview with the blip. He goes, I think this is real. And I want to, this is Whitley. This isn't Jon Stewart. And I want to tell you why. Do you see that green blip on the screen? He's got it over his head in the conference. I saw that exact same green blip when I was writing the book Communion. I think it's the way those types of aliens communicate with human beings. And I would see it at the corner of my eye at my writing desk at my home. And I would try and put my hand over it and it would not cover the blip. And it drove me crazy. I put my thumb on it. I could not get rid of this blip. And I think it's the way the beings were communicating with me when I was writing Communion. But I have something to ask the audience. I have never told anyone about that green blip since today. How in the hell did a Hollywood producer in 1996 know to put that green blip in that video, that the gray beans, that is one way or possibly a way of them communicating? I never told a soul. So how did that Hollywood producer, and I'm asking your audience, how did that producer, Rocket Picture, know to put that green blip in?
Sure. Yeah.
And I about fell off my chair when I heard that. And I've had other people email me. Again, I want to tell you the whole very quick story.
Sure.
Somebody said, I think Bell Labs made that. They turned the modulation, so on and so forth. Okay. Somebody else emails me. He's kind of known in ufology, Mr. Stewart. It's not a heart monitor. It's not a physiological monitor. It is kind of a communication device, but the gray beans give off a vibratory response. Now, we've heard this from other people, other abductees. We heard this from the S4 security guard, Derek Hennessy, whether you believe him or not. They would put Vaseline on the hair of their arms and the back of their necks when they were around the Bob Lazar crap in the hangars because they gave off a vibratory resonance. Their skin, the human beings vibrated. And this person told me that grays give off a vibration, and that box was built specifically to absorb, to detect that vibration. After all of this, it's still not good enough. I will finish up here. I did find Tektronix. No, it got made into a different company. So I love you, bro. Tektronix did make a similar looking green blip. It's this real vivid blip that did not stay on the bottom of its machine that I have the video of. Sure. So I did find an actual human made machine with that blip, but it did not look anything like that box. So when you look at you whistle past the graveyard on the alien hoax, and you just hear of the monitor story.
Yeah.
How did Whitley?
And that's just one thing.
It's one thing.
You know, there's so many different things in this video, from the video itself, how it was filmed, where it was shot, how it came to be, and then certain items in the video, certain potential costumes that don't make sense.
Chris, can I say one thing?
Sure.
Would it make sense that the government knew what Whitley knew from dealing with the beans for 70 years, that we have devised this green box and this is the way they communicate? That's when I hear like the Whitley Strieber story, I say government psyop.
But that almost but that almost negates the telepathy. It almost replaces the telepathy then. So
no, that's not true. I was told that the vibration that they give out, they emanate a different vibration when they are in stress or when they, and then someone else told me, just a random ufologist, that was the bean's way of telling the telepath, I'm sending you something right now.
I don't
believe that.
Okay.
But that's an interesting perspective.
Sure, it's interesting. Okay.
I think we should get to the chairman.
Let's get to the chairman.
And a list of men in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be really interesting. So there were a few people in the foreground. There were the two doctors that approached as well. And what do we know about these people? How do we know that these are real people?
So, like many things, I've always been interested in conspiracies and whatnot, and I always know and realize, like with MJ12, like with a lot of other things, when you go public as an author, researcher, investigator, journalist, sometimes people in the know will approach you, will send you things.
Yeah.
So I go on the Jeff Rense program. This is one of the oldest internet programs, pre-podcast in America. And he writes me back. He said, I know this video, John. I believe this is real. You're coming on. Tell me what you have. I go on there, the hat in hand, the humble John Stewart, not the crazy guy. Can anyone help me? Here's what I have so far. I told the whole monitor story, so on and so forth. A week after that, I almost want to say one thing before that. 2 days, this was Memorial Day 2022, my emails disappear off my phone. My read, be specific because your viewers should get specificity, my read but not deleted emails disappeared off my phone. It was in my cup holder. My wife and I were driving in the upper peninsula of Michigan, and my screen goes blue, black, white, black. I go, and all of the blue dots saying your email, they're gone. I looked at my wife and said, well, that's crazy. She's like, what? I'm like, my emails are gone. So I talked to the Jeff Rense producer pre-interview, which is a standard operating procedure. I said, I just want to let you know my emails disappeared yesterday. Oh, that happens all the time. To who? A lot of our guests. He goes, John, we're monitored. A lot of these podcasts and radio shows are monitored. This happens all the time. And, you and Jeff and I have been emailing back and forth for 2 weeks. You must have been on somebody's radar. Don't worry about it. I'm like, well, I am not a UFO guy. I am worried about it. He's like, Mr. Stewart, just relax. This has happened before. Jeff Rense's producer. About 10 days later in June, I get an email from a person. And he said, I caught your interview on the Jeff Rense program. You had some things right. You had some things wrong. I am knowledgeable of these programs. I'm not in these programs, but I have knowledge and I know people in these programs, and I'll never forget this line. If I can give your investigation a nudge, I will. Boom. Okay. Doesn't sign his name or anything. Once a month, it's very important to know this. Once a month, I get an email from him. How you doing? Or caught you on another podcast. You got this wrong or that wrong. Very, I would say, light, topical things. Once a month.
This is an interesting exchange.
You have to know this.
Yeah.
On my birthday, so this is about 9 months later, on my birthday, I get From the Horse's Mouth. Now, I'm a public figure, pro wrestler, but it's hard to find my birthday. I just find it funny. On my birthday, on a Friday, I get this email from the Horse's Mouth, and it's his email address. And I open it up, and I want to be very specific here. He's obviously I know who he is now, but he's an older person in his 70s, not technically savvy. What he did was forwarded me an email that was sent to him from someone he knew inside the DIA. What we have found out is the Defense Intelligence Agency runs all things alien extraterrestrial, Project Aquarius out at Papoose Lake, and the Nellis Test and Training Facility. DIA runs the umbrella program, and under that umbrella program is NSA, DOE, DNI, Navy, Air Force, so on and so forth. But the overseer running this program, the Air Traffic Controller, Defense Intelligence Agency, who I found out was created by Senator Barry Goldwater and John F. Kennedy, because the CIA was obfuscating and subverting them. They wanted a department to collect their own intelligence, and Goldwater and John F. Kennedy created the DIA. And the DIA, believe it or not, the Air Force was through with the extraterrestrial, with Project Blue. They had it. They actually kind of put it up for auction. Does anybody want to take over the DIA brass?
Yeah, they took on Stargate as well.
Okay, this is why I come here. So I get an email from him, from this person, and this is like Jon Stewart sending an email from Chris Ramsey to the UFO investigator. And it says, this is not talking to me. This is so important. This is Jon Stewart and Chris Ramsey, two pals communicating with each other. This guy does not know I'm being sent this. And it says, here's what I know about that film. It was classified as an unauthorized viewing, not a theft. Not a, we had a big, investigation, unauthorized viewing. That's what they classified that. I think that was to water down that it was removed. And to anybody in the higher ups, it was an unauthorized theft. Let's, water down the language so we don't get in trouble. And it basically said this. This film was filmed on April 22nd, 1991 at 3:15 in the afternoon on behalf of the the Department of Naval Intelligence, coordinated by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This being was classified as an other gray. I have found out that there was so many species, this was so run-of-the-mill that they didn't even give this, remember, round eye, tan being, not a typical gray. Instead of giving it a classification like, I can't even think of a scientific name, he actually referred to it as one of the other grays, which I thought was startling. If you were going to hoax me, you give this, he said it was a clone extraterrestrial biological entity type 2 from the Tau Ceti star system. It was a haploid, and I have problems pronouncing that. Haploid is someone that has something that has one sexual chromosome. We human beings are diploids, 2 chromosomes. This is a haploid. One classification. That is the only classification that I talk about.
Why?
Because that's what I've been asked to do by people that are advising me. So do not look at me with that look.
We're going to get to that in a second. Keep going.
So the letter continues. The being became distressed. Once this really pissed me off. And I could see why Victor was pissed off at the treatment of these beings. Not that we purposely mistreated them, but that we were...
Bad hosts.
Yeah, bad hosts. Ham-handed. After the being was stabilized, the Department of Naval Intelligence continued with its questioning. Like, hey, okay, we've got him. No, don't worry about it. Come on, finish the questions.
And it took them a second to even get there and to respond.
That bothered me.
Yeah, okay.
That bothered me. And I felt a realness in that statement. But the realness comes. Here's where the men in the room. This is like the MJ-12 document, where it's going to list military men's names that I've never heard of. I'm knowledgeable enough in ufology to know most of the players, the Helen Cotters and the Bobby Inmans and McDonald. I know enough to know enough, and I'm reading these names. I'm at a McDonald's Oasis in Indiana. My hand is shaking because I'm getting real. Okay, maybe not real at this point, but I'm getting names to this film. There's starting to become a realness. My hand is shaking. Now I put the document. I put my phone down and I'm writing the names so I can Google them. The first name was Rear Admiral Ned Schaefer. I pull him up. Here's his Wikipedia page, his Class A dress uniform. What was he? He was head of intelligence, the liaison for intelligence for the Joint Chiefs, reporting to Colin Powell in the early 90s. Intelligence.
Okay.
Never heard of him before. Now, this list is given to Linda Moulton Howell, and I will tell you what she said about them. The next person, he's dead, Ned Schaefer. The next person, Captain Lowell Jacoby, Naval Intelligence. I go email him or Wikipedia him. I look, there's his biopic in Wikipedia. He becomes director of DIA, becomes a rear admiral. I contact my one investigator friend, Chris Jackson. He's a police officer. We're talking back and forth. I'm like, it's a list, it's bullshit. I've been MJ-12. It's the Majestic list. It's bullshit. I'm Jamie Shandor and Bill Moore. They got to me. And he's like, this list is from 91, right? I'm like, yeah. He goes, do you think maybe in 91 he was a captain and 30 years later retired a rear admiral? And I'm like, oh, shit. Who would think of that? To give me a list of men's names and ranks in 91 when that, I'm just saying, I don't know if I would have thought of that.
Right.
To give someone's rank in 91. I'm gonna stop with the list. I find his email. I email him. Former DIA Director Lowell Jacoby. I'm Jon Stewart. Chitty chatty, ha ha he, ho ho ha. He writes me in an email, call me Jake. I don't wear the uniform anymore. That was a direct quote.
Well,
you call me Jake, and I write him back, oh, you live in Virginia? I heard the fried chicken at these gas stations is incredible. And I'm going to take you to go play golf. And ha ha, and we're golf buddies now, chatting back and forth. And he writes back, you said you're working on a documentary. what do you want to ask me? It's like the space lab, the Hewlett Packard old guy. I'm like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah.
I said, Mr.
About to get hung up on.
Now I'm going to sound like I'm bragging. I'm not. I said, Mr. Jake, my father was in the Navy. I stopped the closure of the North Chicago VA with Mark Kirk. We did that. We stopped it from closing. They ended up building a $132 million Captain James Lovell Apollo 13 Surgical Center. I'm very proud that I was a progenitor of that. I'm writing this to him. When I ran for Congress, the military and veterans were at the top of my pyramid. You have my utmost respect. But this came across my desk. And I sent him the email. These are the men in the room. And he ghosts me. Mister, we're going to have fried chicken and play golf. Ghosts me. You know what military people told me? When you're honorable and you're in the military and you don't want to lie to somebody, you won't lie to them. You stop talking to them. Doesn't end. Well, Jon Stewart's anecdotal story. Dr. Michael Salla, Exopolitics. He goes, give me his info. I'll contact him. Whoa. So Dr. Michael Salla emails him. You know, I was an international negotiator, mediator. It has come to, speculation that you may have been part of an extraterrestrial program. Responds to Dr. Salla. A little respect there. Here's a political figure. And he says, I'm just not going to talk about any of that. Doesn't deny it.
Yeah.
Doesn't tell him, go kiss my butt. Just, doesn't.
Respectfully declines.
Right.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Now we go down. Dr. Craig McPherson. Now, this is slightly funny. I go on Wikipedia. I find Dr. Craig McPherson. He is a cardiologist in Connecticut. He's got the bald head, the lab jacket. Craig, I'm like, oh, cardiologist. Remember? The bean was coughing. I find out that he was a pulmonologist before being a cardiologist. Lungs, the coughing with the VA. So did they pull him off the bench and say, go to S4? I'm calling his office, like a crazy person. Finally, the secretary's like, you want an appointment for your coughing? You're from Chicago? How did you get hold of Dr. McPherson's name? And I'm stumbling, and she's like, sir.
You got a bad alibi. What are you doing?
So,
you got to work on that. You got to think about that first next time.
I'm going to tell you the story.
All right, let's go.
George Costanza story. So a little bit of time goes by, and I tell the story on the internet without mentioning all of the names.
Yep.
And somebody says, I think you got the wrong Craig McPherson. Again, internet angel.
Sure.
Do you know Linda Moulton Howe interviewed a Dr. Craig McPherson who admitted being a scientist at Area 51? Oh, that's the other thing. On the list, this person from the DIA didn't even know who McPherson was. He said, Dr. Craig McPherson, scientist, question mark. Because he obviously was
not military.
Looking off of a memo, a report, an investigation memo. Oh my God. I call Linda Moulton Howe. She calls me the human fire hose. She goes, you have got to slow down. She goes, John, calm down. So I gave her the whole story. This is Linda Moulton Howe. She's writing the names down furiously. William Jacoby. She's like, John, you have gold here. This is Linda Howe. You have gold, G-O-L-D here. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I've never heard of these men. John, everybody in 30 years has come to me with these retread names of men in the military, and they get retread. They're now part of this program or this program. You have, whether it's real or not, you have new names of men I've never heard of. I am telling you, you have gold. And she said, yes, I interviewed Dr. McPherson. It's on the internet. I find it. He said, yes, I was a scientist. Yes, I worked with alien craft, but I didn't work with beings. Why would you be specific about that? I don't know. So I got the wrong Craig McPherson, but I finally found the right Craig McPherson. So all of these names are jiving. Now I see Robert Donovan, Army Intel. I spent $400 with private investigators, name searches, my own skip trace software from the automobile industry. He's Intel. And I don't want to use a line from A Few Good Men, but he is counterintelligence. There is no Colonel Donovan.
Okay.
Colonel Donovan doesn't exist.
I see.
As far as you being able to search him. I find a Robert Donovan from the Air Force. This guy was in the Army. I call, I'm telling you, these senior citizens were just they just help so much. I call, I leave a message. I'd like to speak with Colonel Donovan. Finally, the answer machine picks up. Hello. I said, hi, my name is John Stewart from Chicago. Trying to call Robert Donovan. That's my husband. But, you've got the wrong Donovan. I'm like, how do you know? She's like, well, because other people have called here before looking for him. I said, really? And I'm like, I am so sorry. Was your husband in the Army? No, he was in the Air Force. He's got a picture on MySpace. I'm like, okay, I am really sorry to bother you. And it sounds like she's on her deathbed. And I go to hang up, and I hear on the phone, thank God I didn't hang up, hyper nut John Stewart. I hear, but I know which one you want. I said, yeah, that Robert Donovan lives on the East Coast, like Washington, D.C. East Coast. I hope I helped you. Click. And I'm like, whoa, still can't find him. I don't want to find him. I spent $400, skip trace, ancestry, private investigator in Chicago. He is ghost. Now I've been told this will coincide with Victor's name, which we eventually got, which is there's two ways to get on Area 51 in the Nellis Test and Training Range. Your real legal name or an authorized, approved, given name by U.S. Intel, CIA, NSA, DIA. There's only two ways. You can't get on with your nom de plume, your fake name. It's got to be given to you by an intelligence agency and the credentials, so to speak, to back it up. So I believe that that was a nom de plume given to this person by U.S. Army Intel. Here we go.
A pseudonym.
Yeah, pseudonym. Here we go. Go down to the next name. Dr. Wilford Webb Wilson. Webb, nickname.
Okay.
Dr. Wilford Webb Wilson. I Google him. Doctor. Dies in 2014. Born in like 29. There's nothing on this guy. How could you be a medical doctor for 50 years, 40 years? There's no, Dr. Wilson hit a hole in one at the country club. He gave away his daughter for marriage. Everything you would find out on the internet. The only thing I found on him was a 5th grade picture. Okay?
Okay.
I find his widow.
Mm-hmm.
And I called her up. And she answered. Now, can you imagine calling an 80-year-old woman telling her, I think your husband was a doctor involved with extraterrestrials, but that's exactly what I did. I'm going to call her Kim. She had a short 3-letter name. Duh. What else could you? I'm going to call her Kim. I said, Kim, my name is Jon Stewart. I'm from Chicago. I'm a documentarian, which I wasn't. I want to ask you something, and just don't hang up on me. Just let me say what I have to say. Is there any way possible that your husband, Dr. Wilson, was involved with a secretive government program out at Area 51? On my right hand to God, and I know that's a perception qualifier, but it's an Italian Chicago thing to do. Johnny, on my right hand to God. There's a pause, and I'll never forget the line she used. She's like, "That's really interesting, John. A light bulb is coming on over my head." And I said, Kim, I don't understand. She said there was a real bone of contention with Webb and me. She used his nickname. I did not call him by his nickname, and the nickname was on that document. Whoa, right. She says there was a really big bone of contention between Webb and I. It's interesting. She said whenever we would go out with our friend group, they were from Korea, World War II, Vietnam. They had funny stories about the foxhole or the food at a base or a funny drill sergeant. My husband would never chime in. He would just sit there quietly. Friends would ask, what did he do? That he can't talk about anything, doesn't want to talk about anything. She said, John, it was such a bone of contention, that verbiage. There was such a bone of contention that it almost caused us a divorce. I would scream at him. What did you do that was so terrible that you can't tell me? And she said, you're solving a family secret. What did he do out there?
Oh my gosh.
I said, well, not only can I tell you what he did, I have the video. I said, Kim, I almost said her real name. Kim, he was a doctor, a medic for a program that retained and interrogated extraterrestrials. I'm sorry, I know this is bizarre and crazy, but this is what came across my desk. I have a video. Can I send it to you? Yes. I said, do you know how to go on YouTube? If I send you the link, she's like, yes, I know how to. I send her the YouTube video. 5 minutes later, I call her back. She's like, John, I am, and we blew it up. So you could barely see, like, D&I was that, because we wanted to see can't really see the right medic, but you can make out the face.
Sure.
We blew it up. She's like, I call her up. I said, John, I can't be 100% sure, but the doctor on our left, that's Webb. I know the bridge of the nose. I know my husband in a medical mask. I've seen him. I believe that's my husband. My husband had an angular face, and I'm not 100%, but that looks like Webb. And I said, Pam, I don't know what I don't know what to say at this point. I'm like, he never mentioned anything. She's like, no, and I told you we would get in fights that what. Yeah. She goes, and now I know what possibly. Why he kept the secret from me. Funny, Victor says the medical staff at S4 is chosen more for their ability to keep secrets than their medical knowledge. Interesting. Doesn't end. She goes, you live in Chicago. My daughter lives in south suburbs of Chicago. I'm going to give you her name and number. If you ever want to talk to her about her stepfather, here it is. Like I'm getting invited to the next family party.
Sure.
Not like buzz off, crazy guy. Yeah. Don't ever call me again. I have tried to get a hold of this person, her daughter. She has not returned my emails or my phone calls. I'm going to have to go to her townhouse. It's by an auto auction that I go to. I'm just going to have to knock on the door. I've done this before, but that is happening. And she doesn't have a Facebook where I can see if she had pictures maybe of her stepdad. This would be very, very helpful. And I am afraid to go back to the widow because it's almost like it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like you don't want the bubble to be burst. Mm-hmm. I don't want her to say, I never told you. She did tell me this. Mm-hmm. She told me everything. And I don't want to go back in case we have to film this again for a docuseries. It could be fresh. But that story is 1,000% accurate, what she told me, how secretive he was. The next name on the list was Carthusian Monk 1. I know. Carthusian Monk 2. Yes, we're now in the Da Vinci Code. And I'm like, okay, here we go. Carthusian Monk. Now I Google Carthusian Monk. There is a monastery in Vermont. It's called the Charterhouse Transformational Monastery. The religious sect, Christian sect there is the Carthusian Order. Okay. And they are monks. Take a kind of a vow of silence and poverty and so on and so forth. I am going to jump ahead to let you know what we found out. I have the picture of this one monk who was an alleged thought projection interviewee.
Oh, so they were the psychics.
So an investigator of ours actually went there, made contact, and talked with him. He's 91 years old. We call him Brother Tom. Some of us call him Brother Patrick. Some of us, my investigation cohorts. And he's 91 years old. I'm going to blow your mind now. He said that.
Did you get this on film?
No, we couldn't. And I know. You can't take a camera into the Charterhouse. They basically take a vow of silence. What he said was that remote viewers with the NSA were getting this vibe, remote viewing of a white building in the far upper East Coast where members there had the gift telepathic gift or whatnot.
Wait, so these Carthusian monks were found by remote viewers?
And I want to know, if this was done in the 60s, would one of those remote viewers be Joe McMoneagle?
McMoneagle?
Come on. How many could there have been back in the 60s?
I mean, potentially.
Potentially. So that would be a great interview. He said that they found out that we had the gift. There was a total of 6 monks that they used. Do you think he said right away, we went right to S4, primarily used in, what was the ally side of Germany? The West?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, East Berlin was the communist. That they were used for counterintelligence, vetting, or in analyzing whether someone was telling the government the truth. A mole, an agent, counterintel, you name it. Where documents were, where this person was, is this person leaking, all kinds of counterintelligence work. He and these men were used in West Germany by the government. He said then, in the 80s, some of them were brought to S4 and were asked to do thought projection interviews with these beings. And he said that him and another monk were very adept. He said that he would sit down and he was talking about his
And he said this to researcher friends of yours?
One of our investigators.
One of your...
One of our investigators.
Okay.
And I'm getting the stories third hand. And he said that the other monk was so good that he would sit down, he would start going like this to the general. Okay, you know that object you're looking at in the Indian Ocean? He said that it's not that deep, and that our monk was good. This guy was like a savant.
Next level.
One of the only things that he was willing to talk about was how difficult it was to relay or transfer back and forth basic technical ideas. He said that it took a couple of days to, I know this is going to sound crazy, but to describe how human beings live in our time, seconds, minutes, days. The being did not understand that. And the monk said that they finally figured out that this type of alien used what's called time sequence, that they measure time in their experiences layered on top of each other.
Wow.
I don't even know what I'm saying, but this is what was told to us. Okay. And he was willing to relive that that piece of information, and how frustrating it was for him, to
translate that.
To translate basic concepts
of time,
of other things too, because they were not verbal. The beings were not verbal, and we got a picture of him. I spent a year negotiating with the family to allow us to release it. We finally got them to allow us to do an artist sketch of the photo. He looks like an 80s Philadelphia high school teacher with the 80s big glasses. He's got one tooth longer than the big tooth. He's got the monk cassock on. He looks like he's in a Catholic school gymnasium background, with the mahogany plywood.
And he was a communicator for the aliens.
Thought projection communicator for the beings.
Oh my God.
Yeah, time sequence.
And so he's passed now, I
Still
assume?
living. He's 91, and he told
our
our investigator went there 6 months ago. Here's another bizarre story.
Wait, hold on.
He's 91 years old, and he knows he's
put it in park for a second here.
Go ahead. Because I have something else to tell you.
You're telling me there's a guy a few hours south of here that's living in a monastery.
The Charterhouse Transformational Monastery in Mount Equinox, Vermont. Yes.
And can I go there?
They're not going to let you talk to him.
Why?
Because they all take a vow of silence. It's very. You should go. I'm not stopping anyone.
I'll take a vow of silence. Whoa, vow of silence is interesting too. I just made that connection because the lack of sound and the lack of speaking might heighten the telepathic senses.
What if that Joe McMoneagle said that he was the guy that outed him?
I'm gonna ask Joe.
Have to.
But I also want to take a road trip to Vermont.
That's right. And I showed the picture of him in my documentary. I just showed it on X. I'll give it to you again. Can I tell you another bizarre thing about this? You should go to verify this. My investigator says, strangest thing. This is a Christian monastery. There were 2 state troopers kind of guarding the grounds in 2 white pickup trucks. Where else do we see white pickup trucks?
Yeah,
I am not saying this to make an Area 50. I am just saying.
Broncos.
Would you use the discretion and the funds of the military intelligence apparatus to hire Wackenhut, the same security at Area 51? Would you use the same security to guard the perimeter of this monastery? I don't know. I just find it interesting that state police were there, Vermont State Police, and 2 white pickup trucks were there.
How fun for them that the people who know the most took a vow of silence. Like that. It's also maybe.
Well, I'm sure they talked to intelligence about what the being.
Do you know what I mean? But they're like, hey, let's get these guys. Not only are they perfect telepaths because of their vow of silence, but they're also they also won't say a word.
and again, I'm like, how did a monk get to? Because Victor says the telepath program was a joke.
Yeah,
they were hiring people that were 1-800 psychics practically.
Well,
again, when you are desperate.
No, but that was part of the program initially with not only Stargate but Center Lane and Sunstreak and Grillflame. They went through a list of natural psychics before they started training the army to do it.
But I'm harkening back to Bob Lazar. When you are desperate, you are the government, and you need this information, you're gonna do desperate things. You're gonna hire a Bob Lazar. You're gonna hire a Stan Deyo. You're gonna hire a Dan Burrish that all have sketchy educational backgrounds. You're gonna take a roll of the dice on one of the psychics was a telepath, was a farmer that conned almost the government. He was only in this program. This was told to me by the widow of the other S4 telepath that they shoot him out. There was a lot of in and out of charlatans basically.
Wow.
And so when you're desperate, you're thinking out of the box. You're going to make desperate moves, and I think that's what Victor's alluding to with hiring these.
Yeah, and time might have been
Victor called it 1-800 psychics. Right now, now Victor comes back in 08 and says, we finally figured out what the aliens were telling us, and it ain't good. And that's when Victor, I think this is scary, says to the documentary crew in 08, don't plan on any 20th anniversary of this documentary. I might not be here, but I know you're not going to be here. 20 years from 08 is, what would that be?
Almost
2027. Oh my God.
Whoa.
08, an alleged whistleblower from S4 says, don't plan on a 20th anniversary.
Yeah, not a 30th.
Which is 2027.
That is, that's, and,
do you need like a Pepto-Bismol and Maalox?
No, there's a lot of just information.
pills?
There's a lot of information in my head right now. Obviously I shared with you, and this is something that I don't know in what order this will go out, if this podcast will go out first or the other one, but we did have a gentleman here who had received some messages telepathically, which once decoded, talked about some imminent invasion as well, or some imminent threat to this planet,
right.
And which coming from like the Zeta Star system, also the same system that Bob Lazar was briefed on, which was also at S4, which might be these beings. Like it all kind of ties in perfectly and neatly. And, when something's tied in that neatly, it's either one, by design, or two, that's just the way it is,
Thank you.
So now, this is obviously super, super interesting, hearing about all these people that I didn't think would even be possible to get their names, because they're just shadowy figures. And then you intercept this email that drops all these names. You're following up on everything. I got to say, John, you are pretty thorough, and hats off to you for, putting in the legwork. I don't think a lot of people realize that when they, you're very vocal on X. And sometimes, my apologies, maybe to a fault. I think a lot of people get put off by your personality because they don't have that gumption to do the work, so it's surprising. It catches people off guard, because you don't see that in a lot of today's generation. You just don't see that, right? So as
Ralph Blumenthal from the New York Times went, you got out of your car and knocked on his door? I said, this is all the president's men, Robert Redford and yeah. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, you're
gumption, baby.
Yeah, exactly. You're Denzel Washington in Man on Fire or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, hats off to putting in the legwork. Yeah, definitely. And I think that needs to be duly noted.
Thank you.
For anyone thinking this is like lazy journalism or anecdotal, be that as it may, anecdotal evidence is still valuable in my opinion. And the fact that you went out there and did all this work might lead to a breakthrough, and that's really, really, really great. So yeah, thank you for doing all this work.
Welcome.
All right. Let's go.
I'm going to tell you something that I've never stated publicly as I go into the story, and I'm not saying this to be.
Sorry, can I cut you off?
Sure.
If you hear anything, there's like a parade going on out here for like Christmas or something. I don't know, but they're loud. You might not even pick it up in the edits. We might, use some AI to whatever. But if you do that, rest assured, it's none of this. And
my wife would say, well, of course there's a parade right outside. You got Jon Stewart here.
Yeah.
What can go wrong is going to go wrong.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
No, so what I'm about to say, I've never said publicly. And you deserve that because, I really respect your show and bring me out. I really appreciate. And I'm not saying this to hype up the drama. I think this story, this very quick part of the story should be told because I think it gives a little bit of, it adds this tone of this is no longer, happy-go-lucky former pro wrestler, car dealer, going to find an alien and prove an alien video. And I was wrong, but the mentality that I had, what I'm about to tell you, was very real to me, and other people were feeding this. Beware. So, and so I just want to say that I don't want people to think, oh, you're telling the story for. No, I'm not. I want to be completely and utterly honest on how kind of scary things did get for me at times. So I have all this information, what I've just told you, the names, the phone calls. I said, I think I have enough legs to take this to Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean of the New York Times, who were stringers, part-time reporters, who could submit stories. Ralph certainly was full-time at one time. They broke the 17 Lou Elizondo ATIP story. And I emailed Ralph, and he put me in contact with Leslie Kean. And they were, much to my amazement, they were impressed enough where they agreed to meet with me at the Midtown Hilton in Manhattan.
Okay.
I got a meeting. And so I am telling some UFO luminaries and whatnot, and some of my investigators or helpers who are all like, you're going to meet Leslie Kean in New York. You know who Leslie is. I'm like, no, I don't. And I don't mean to be, I am not being derogatory at all. I am just telling you the story. Nothing happened, but I want to tell this story because this story is about me too. And
sure.
I don't mean ego me, but I'm the doofus that's trying to figure this out. And they're telling me she's with Intel. And if she's not with Intel, they're following her, they monitor her. She leaks stuff to them, so they leak stuff to her. And it's kind of a symbiotic relationship. And you're going to go meet Leslie Kean because you can give her the names of that video and you can expose those. You're freaking nuts. And they worked on me. My own people worked on me so much that I literally cased the Hilton for an hour eating a pita sandwich on the corner to see if anybody was, if this hotel was being monitored, stalked. And I actually, when I got into my room, my mentality, this is my Paul Benowitz breakdown scene. For, that happened just for a little bit, the scenario. And I took a wet towel and I put it underneath the door. I didn't know, do they have smoke that could, I don't know. My mind was racing. And of course, nothing happened. And Leslie could not have been nicer. And her and Ralph show up with COVID masks on. They look like Thelma and Ned from Atoma, Iowa, walking in the Midtown. I'm like, I'm worried about getting assassinated. But that was one of the lowest parts of the investigation. They have that feeling like, what, do you think this is a game? Men have been killed to protect this secret that you're trying to expose. And not only the secret, you're gonna, if they did the story, you're gonna have full Jacoby's name in the New York Times. Are you out of your freaking mind?
Yeah. So
that's how scary it got for me. And I never told that story. And of course, I don't indict Leslie for anything. Later on, I will tell a story about her. And Ralph and Leslie, we spent 3 hours. We had lunch. And about an hour and a half into it, Ralph was like, stop. We believe you. You got enough for us to take to the science editor. That's the process. Something like this. Aliens, take to the science editor. If you can do one thing. Get somebody in uniform, get somebody with the government to come forward to say, we have craft, we have a retention program. And I'm like, never going to happen. This is not going to, we parted peacefully and happily, and they were very kind to me. They were, Leslie was going to go fake an illness to go to this cardiologist in Connecticut before we knew he was Craig McPherson. I mean, they were into it. I mean, Ralph, and I remember one time Ralph was sitting there like this, like plotting how to help me disseminate, break down the story.
It's a big story.
Big story. And so 4 months later, my wife's like, you got to come downstairs. This guy's on Congress testifying that they have pilots.
Yeah, David Grush.
And there's David Grush. And I'm going, holy shit. I'm gonna be this story. My story is going to be in the New York Times. And I, to this day, don't know why Ralph and Leslie did not at least broach this to say, we have got an officer with the Air Force telling you that we've got pilots, craft, there's reverse engineering with the craft, our pilots. This might be a pilot. And I think it goes back to
a lot.
Unable to metabolize this.
Sure.
David Grush didn't say that video is real. And that is my quest right now, is to find someone, just got out, is in the military, somebody from the Age of Disclosure, to look at that video and say, that's fake, this is why, or that's real, and this is why. But that was a very low turning point in my life when I was so afraid and paranoid that I thought somebody was going to do harm to me. I then get Scott Walter of American Unearthed. It's a great story. He's like, I've been communicating with this agent from the National Air and Space Intelligence Center at Wright-Patt. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
Yeah. And we vetted him. He's legit. He showed us all our credentials. Like, Scott, you got to put me in contact. This is the guy that will, because he wants disclosure, this guy. And he calls himself Holden from Catch-22. Somebody almost outed him 5 years ago, got his picture. But so after about 6 months, I finally get a hold, right before Thanksgiving, I get a hold of this secret agent from the Wright-Patt National Air and Space Intelligence Center. Very polite, very intelligent, nicest guy in the world. I just want to say, Chris, every military intelligence person that I've ever spoke with, the government hires some really quality people. I'm complimenting the government. It's very nice, polite.
That's
respect.
It's part of the tradecraft.
So I finally, I'm an expediter. I do things in seconds and minutes. But the stock market, the car business, I'm not good at waiting, but I did. So I finally get a hold of him. We finally talked a couple days before Thanksgiving. And he said, well, I can't tell you everything. And I said, you've seen the video? He goes, I have. I said, you told Scott Walter that it was real. He said, I did. He said, I just want to let you know that the government does have a black, ops magic department. They had one on the West Coast at Lookout Mountain, I believe, in the 60s for their missile testing. This is not uncommon for the government to leak something, but recreate it. So they're not violating national security. They're not violating this deep secret. So they can say, we tried to tell you, we tried to show you this.
Right.
And just like Greer, this Holden said, just don't be saddened if that does become the case. He said they'll even get actors to look like that military person that should have been there at that time. He said they're very, very, very elaborate. He goes, but that being looks awfully authentic to me. He's like, I just want to tell you a couple of things about him. The film on the eye, that is a light deflector, and it is a biofilm. It's a biological, it's not, celluloid, or it's an actual biomaterial. It does come off, and that's something I can tell you. He goes, but I Scott said you're a good guy. I want to tell you something that I haven't even told Scott. No one on the internet has ever said this before. And I'm like, okay, what is it? He goes, and I will tell you. He goes, if you want to make a general drinking his coffee in the morning spit up, tell him this. The new designation, this was 3 years ago. The new designation of aliens is SABER. I'm like the sword? He's like, yeah, SABER. I said, what does that stand for? He goes, synthetic, astrobiological, extraterrestrial races. He goes, now he was telling me this. Now this is
astrobiological.
Yeah, this, I'm not getting melodramatic here, but this was, he was helping me getting in with other intel people. Like, I know things too. Let me into your circle. Let me into the clubhouse. He was giving me this hyperbolic acronym that to this day I've never found out. I'm the only one that has ever said this. So he must have been true that this was a new designation.
Synthetic.
Astrobiological extraterrestrial races. SABER. He goes, I am telling you, you mentioned that. He said, you mentioned that at a Starbucks in Georgetown, and a 2-star general is there. He's going to get the spit take. I said, I really appreciate it. I said, but Ralph and Leslie of the New York Times, I need you on camera to tell me this program is real. He said, I'd be willing to do it, but you got to get it past my commanding officer. I put this on Reddit. I put this on my on other platforms. I developed a list of questions for him, so explosive, so hyperbolic. But if I was going to interview him, I wanted to get the truth. I agreed in this form to his commanding officer that he would be silhouetted. We could voice the sword, just like Victor. But nonetheless, I had to get answers to these questions. When was the first contact with extraterrestrials? Was it before the 1800s? Does the United States government in their possession any type of biological being, off-planet, interstellar, interdimensional, any of the type, living or deceased? What are some of the facilities housing these beings, if they have these beings? I mean, explosive. I sent it to his commanding officer at Wright Patton, and he gave me a code for his commanding officer. Now I'm in the military, and I still don't, it was like an acronym and the fax number. Okay. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I emailed him. We were emailing each other on Signal. I call Scott Walter. I'm like, dude, have you heard from Holden? He's like, no, I haven't. I'm like, he hasn't. It's like, John, he's always doing something. It's going to take some time. Mm-hmm. 6 weeks go by. 7 weeks go by. I'm like, Scott, am I in trouble here? This is really starting to freak me out. This guy was calling me. He has not returned my email after this explosive thing. Scott's like, just bear with us. About 2 months go by. And I finally said to Scott, I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. I need to know and I am texting this Holden. Am I in trouble? Why won't you just tell me? Go fly a kite, buzz off or whatnot. Scott goes, I agree. This is ridiculous. He said he would try and help you. I'm going to call him. About a half hour after Scott Walter told me this, this is this happy, kind, genteel person from the NAISC who is nicer than nice. I get this text, and you could just tell that somebody was standing over him. You're going to write this, and you better write this. Don't ever contact me again. You are to destroy all of our communications. You are to destroy your notes of our communications. I am denying anything that I told you about anything to do with extraterrestrials or the program. I have no knowledge of this program or no authority to tell you anything. And you, because of your FOIA request, I never told him I did crazy FOIA requests of the Dan Burris documents to the DIA. I never told him this, Chris. And because of your FOIA request, you are now on a special watch list of the DOD. Boom.
Whoa.
And I was like, oh, this nice Chris Ramsey is all of a sudden is like, I'm like, you could just tell somebody
forced his hand.
Exactly. And so
wow.
Yeah. So I knew that.
When was this? How many years ago?
20. Well, it was
23.
Ralph and Leslie was August. When did Grush come forward? 23.
23.
So Ralph and Leslie was August. So this was Thanksgiving-ish, 2023. And when I got that, my hand was shaking. I'm like, how does he know that I did a FOIA request? I did one from the Department of Defense asking for Colin Powell's travel schedule at this time of this filming.
Okay.
And I sent one to the DIA asking, and I want to talk about this, about the Q-94-109A document that Dan Burris brought forward of the extraction of tissue with the pressurized gun because of the neuropathy that J-Rod had. I sent that. I want all the information for this document. Now, I contacted Richard Doty, and Doty said, do you realize what you sent the DIA? He goes, I don't know if that document is real, but that is a code. Doty said, John, every area at S4, at the Nellis Test and Training Range has a designation, an alpha designation, Romeo, Quebec, Delta, Bravo. He goes, Q is the section of S4, 94 is the year that this document was created, and 109 is the, obviously some kind of
department
cataloging or whatever number this document. Doty goes, you sent that to the DIA, and I said, yeah. He goes, give me a few days. Doty calls me back and he said, we got a little bit of an issue. He goes, I'm talking to somebody at DNI. He's a friend of mine at the DIA about other things. And I said, you don't happen to know Jon Stewart? And Rick said, Rick asked him, you don't happen to know Jon Stewart? And Rick said, John, just calm down. He said, the guy went, oh, we know Jon Stewart very well. His FOIA request sent this quote, trip flares up in our agency. He goes, Rick, this guy is sending us stuff that we've never even had to look for. This is like a first time ever what he sent us. He wouldn't tell Rick what I sent them. Now, after this interaction, I call the DIA. I am friends with Cheryl Cross Robinson, who was head of information of DIA. It's Uncle John. How you doing? She's like, oh, I have the stories of you. You're the alien guy. It was that informal. But I get this guy named Andrew on the phone. I said, I sent a FOIA request a couple of months ago. I have not heard anything about it. He said, okay, what's your name? John Stewart. And he went, And I get this. I've gotten this a lot. He goes, well, this is strange. I said, what's the problem? He said, your name is on our file logging system, but there's no file attached to your name. I said, what's the problem with that? He doesn't know. I could be asking about an antenna relay at S4 or Area 51. Again, doesn't know what I'm talking about. He goes, well, you can't get on this FOIA file system. This is Andrew at the DIA FOIA department without having a file attached. Somebody had to come in and remove it. This was said to me. I said, okay. He goes, let me do some digging for you. I'll find out what happened. He goes, I don't know how this happened. You have to have a file. Somebody removed it for whatever reason. I get a call back in about 30 minutes. Now it's like Holden. Mr. Stewart. Yeah. This is Andrew, the DIA. Hi. What's going on? Yeah. So, we found your request. You're going to get an email from the information officer, and then you're going to get a hard copy, and that's the end of it. And that's, I said, well, who took my file off? He said, I don't know. He goes, but this is what I've been told, and you're going to get the information. You're going to get an email in a few minutes. I get this email from the DIA, but in the body of the email says, due to the unique nature of your FOIA request, we are going to have to conduct interdepartmental conferences and meetings to discuss the way we are going to disseminate this information to you. Like they're going to, the DIA is going to go over to the NSA, to the DOD, and they're going to be around a conference room with bagels and coffee talking about me and my crazy request. And you're treading on this water of like, Jesus, is the rug going to be pulled out? Am I really poking
the nest,
the hornet's nest? Am I getting myself into trouble? And everybody wants to talk about Rick Doty. Rick Doty has told me nothing about this film. And he's either protecting Victor or protecting the entire program. Yes, he said, look, I know we have an extraterrestrial retention and interrogation program. He goes, John, that is the unofficial name of it. I can tell you that. He goes, but I was never down at the 3rd and 4th level. A counterintelligence agency telling you he wasn't somewhere. And Doty, one thing I respect and can tell about Doty is same with Victor. There is reticence and I want to get you the right I had it somewhere. Perception receptors, which is Doty has never said to me, look, I'm going to tell you honestly, we have an alien program. Victor, I'm not going to lie to you. Yes, this was a real alien. Those are perception receptors that people that liars use, those pre-qualifiers. Doty and Victor have never said that. If anything, Richard Doty and Victor have been reticent. I don't know. I'm not sure. I wasn't briefed in on that. I can't tell you. Those, according to the FBI agent and to the Reed School police officers, is hallmarks of someone telling you the truth, which you and I talked off camera. Truth tellers they limit their information. It's, what are you asking me? I will tell you. There's no drama to it. They don't flourish. They don't build upon information to convince you that it's truth. And that is something that I was very impressed with Richard Doty. What he didn't tell me that he did not know, whether that was truth or not.
That's a hot topic. Richard Doty in this space, because anybody, whether it's William Moore, Richard Doty, or even, as recent as Lou Elizondo, anytime you're involved with counterintelligence, the red flags, and skepticism about these people's, agendas start popping up.
But what are you doing? A counterintelligence agent tells you I don't know.
Right. No.
Help me. No, this is not an interview. This is a dialogue. Help me. I don't know what to do with that.
No. Yeah.
Is that another counterintelligence aspect?
Potentially.
You don't know. Then that sounds like.
But I mean, potentially, I don't know. That's keeping an open mind to all of that is definitely the way to go, and just kind of absorbing the information. Sure. All right, I want to talk about this for a second.
Okay.
You had tweeted out that there's 2 things you can't talk about. All right, and I'm gonna push you a little bit on this.
Sure.
You said one of the 2 things you can't talk about was some timeline manipulation or something to that effect.
The future.
Yep. What I gathered was Project Looking Glass.
Why did you have to say that?
Am I not allowed to say that? Is that something?
No, you said it. I didn't say it.
I said
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
Senator.
it's what I gathered. And the second thing was other species.
Correct.
Other species of aliens. Correct. Specifically, or non-human intelligence.
Correct.
You had said, and I think this is your words, my intelligence handlers.
Now, of course, I'm poking people out there. Oh, I knew he's CIA. They're my advisors.
Okay.
Helpers.
Is Richard Doty one of those helpers?
Well, he's part of one of the 11.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I'm asking. I'm trying to give.
I had 7. It went to 9. I have 11.
Okay.
Is Richard Doty someone I called, or what does this mean? What does that mean? Richard Doty.
Was he the one to tell you not to talk about these things?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
Thank you. Absolutely not.
The person telling you this is one person?
One person and another person.
So one person said
up what he said.
Oh, okay. Is this person active intelligence?
No.
Okay. So former intelligence.
Correct.
Okay.
I think.
Which department?
I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, I'm going to ask anyways.
Hey, can I?
So,
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt
you. John Ramirez?
Don't know. Never spoke with John Ramirez in my life. I know who he is.
Okay.
Seems like a nice guy. Never spoke to him in my life.
Never spoke to him in your life. Hand of God.
I never spoke with John Ramirez ever.
Okay.
Like to.
All right.
John?
He's great.
I'd like to.
He's very nice. He's very friendly and very open. I actually like John a lot.
Well, I'm going to tell you something here. with talking about the future, timelines, that is bringing me into, this is my opinion, that is bringing me into talking about technology. I am alive today, in my opinion, without getting melodramatic. I think I am alive today. That the stalking has only been with my phone from the government because I have no idea and have never talked about and never given, please listen to me, anything to do with technology. That is all that the East Coast intelligence agencies care about at this point. Who has technology? Will they give it to our enemies? Do they know something we don't? And Jon Stewart has, all my emails, they must have said, this guy is talking about gray aliens.
But specifically,
so that is keeping me safe.
Yeah, but time travel is a concept.
I didn't say time travel. You did.
Sure.
I said future.
Okay. Future, Looking Glass, time travel.
Said it
all
again.
this. Well, I mean, because Project Looking Glass was one of the 3 projects that Bob Lazar was briefed on. He was briefed on Looking Glass, Sidekick, and Galileo. Sidekick being, weaponizing the technology, Galileo, the propulsion, and Looking Glass, the manipulation or possibly the dilation of time in order to peer into the future, the past, some other timeline, whatever it is. Now, what do you know about Looking Glass that they don't want you to talk about? Or is it they just don't want you to say the word?
Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm like, do you know anything?
No. No.
Well, then why would they be so afraid?
Well, I was gonna explain.
Okay.
2 things. This is my opinion. I think that these little tests, or these little requests, is more about, can this guy keep his mouth shut? Even something innocuous.
Sure.
Even something that maybe isn't even a big deal. I don't know if that program you talked about.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Can Jon Stewart keep his mouth shut?
Well, you tweeted it.
I didn't tweet that name, did I?
Well, you pretty much bleeped out a few letters. I mean,
but I didn't tweet that name.
I'm no king of Wheel of Fortune, but I mean,
but I've never talked about it at great length.
No,
right.
You didn't. In fact, even prior to this, you didn't mention it.
Right.
I was the one to bring it up because I read the tweet, and the tweet is, it definitely points to that.
And I remember the day it happened. It was, don't ever ask about it. And I am telling you, do not ever bring it up on any of your podcasts or whatnot. And I don't want you talking about other species other than the Greys. And if you stick to the Greys, you will be safe. I can guarantee it. And I have done exactly that. And I find it funny. Yes, I come off as a very easygoing, funny guy, Italian from Chicago, but I believe that those who want to leak things and want disclosure and drip and find nudge-nicks like me, I believe that there are certain that there is if you mention my name in certain groups and intelligence factions of non-retired and current people in intelligence, it is my opinion that it's the good guy, Jon Stewart, good guy. You can trust him.
What
I am trustworthy.
Yeah.
Tell me something, I'm going to put it in the vault.
And
I can't believe it.
Because
I am how I kept you told me not to talk about me coming on here, how I kept that. But I've gotten good at not saying it.
I appreciate that, and I will pry and feel free to continue to not talk about it, but I have to ask.
I understand.
But the idea, if someone came to me and said, don't talk about these 2 things, right? Don't talk about this one thing, we'll call this project. And then don't talk about other species other than the Greys, and you'll be safe. Like this
direct quote.
Direct quote. Okay. So this to me doesn't tell me that. This to me tells me that there's a narrative forming, and that they want you to uphold the narrative.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it tells me that the narrative.
Are you being handled? Yes, to some degree, of course.
Well, it tells me that the narrative is obviously Looking Glass is important. Sorry.
Jesus Christmas.
All right. And B, that. I mean, I don't know what to make of the other one. I just find it, whether it's them trying to create, this distance between us and the species, physically, because such a massive difference. But in reality, is it because the other species are like us? Is it because that's what's happening and that's what they want to cover? Is like the fact that they're here, they're like us, they look like us, they're around, or is it the fact that they're like bugs and they're strange looking? Like what do you think is the reason? Okay, we won't even talk about the other species. What do you think is the reason for them not wanting you to talk about them? And I'll bleep out every Looking Glass that I put in this podcast if you like.
Whatever you want to do. I believe that sticking with the Greys, that it's possible that because they are potentially a biological android and maybe not as sentient as we like to think they are, they're part machine, part biological makeup, that they are less of a visual and perceived threat, if that makes sense. It's sending out what's more scary, your Doberman Pinscher? I think I'm coming on a good analogy here, or metaphor. Your Doberman Pinscher or your Roomba vacuum cleaner?
Right.
I'm just saying, the Roomba vacuum cleaner it's a mechanical piece.
Right. You're saying it's an easier pill to swallow.
I believe so. I think that even.
Well, that would only be true if the aliens looked absolutely hideous like bugs, but not if they look like us.
Right. I'm just simply telling you what I was instructed to do.
Were you ever given information on any other species?
Oh, that's a good question. No.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that.
No, I believe it.
Yeah. No. I've never asked. I've been Victor, alien, tan alien, round eyes.
What's the?
I mean, I've heard things about grays, other grays and whatnot. That some have sexual appendages.
Yeah, some don't.
Some don't.
Some taller, shorter.
Right, 4.5 feet to 3 feet.
Yeah.
Wrap around almond eyes.
Hybrids.
Gray, blue, light tan. Peanut butter.
Yeah.
Peanut butter color. That was Linda Howe. A dark, real dark, ruddy brown.
Yeah.
So I've heard a mixture of a lot of about the grays.
But we don't want to talk about Nordics. We don't want to talk about mantis.
I'm not, and I don't know anything about them.
So that's so strange to me that like they would.
Well, Chris, if I'm gonna, it's 1975, and I want to expose the pro wrestling industry as fake, and I've just found this referee that's willing to do it. I am going to give him tests. I'm going to give him pre-qualifiers.
Sure.
I'm going to see if he can follow the line, if he's trustworthy, and
but
can we?
Don't you
and
believe
it's
that
worked for me
you?
because my intelligence cohort has added. It is not diminished, despite pissing off some people from the.
Well, to your knowledge, right?
Did I just say that?
I mean, just to your knowledge as well. You don't
go
know, because. Like, obviously, you've ruffled feathers.
Oh, God.
Maybe even more than ruffled feathers, but you've caused a stir enough for you to probably breach that barrier of being technologically monitored to being infiltrated. Like, that's how I see it. I see it as like, not only are your phones and emails tapped at this point, you've breached a new level where we're going to send somebody into your life that's going to befriend you, that's going to be the nicest person you've ever talked to, that'll, meet your family, that you'll bring home for Thanksgiving, and that'll go golfing with, and before you know it, they've got their claws in you. They've got their hooks in you. Now they're telling you what to say and what not to say. Like, I mean, that to me would be concerning if that happened to me. I would be very concerned.
But other than the chairman, he is the, how can I put this? I'm not going to even say it. Okay. I understand what you're saying.
And so knowing that.
But I contacted Dodie. My wife did actually on Facebook.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So, but I'm not referring to Dodie. I'm referring to this other gentleman.
I was going to finish most of my intel I have contacted, or I have asked for that person to contact me from another person, from another intel person. So
nobody in your circle has contacted you out of the blue?
Well, the chairman did.
Okay.
My biggest leaker.
Yeah.
But look what he gave me.
Sure.
He gave me an email from his friend. I mean,
I agree. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's
and his friend, wrote his first name on the bottom and said, "Please don't associate my name with this material." Like I would tell you. I'm just saying. So the chairman is really the only person that has emailed me out of the blue. And what did he email me? Gold.
But
I understand what you're saying.
It is concerning. And if somebody told me what I could and couldn't talk about, I mean, that would bug the shit out of me.
I knew it was a test, so to speak. How could we trust this guy?
So now, do you think you've broken that trust?
I didn't say anything about any future projects or programs, or you did.
So you don't know anything about those?
I really don't. All I can say is one thing. Why? Okay.
Well,
do you really want the entire world to know how to go into the future to see if their kid dies at 10, or their wife cheats on them with somebody at work, or that they're going to get ruined in this? Do you really want the entire world to have this technology of looking into the future? And that's your answer of why 2 intelligence assets have kept me completely away from that subject.
Is that what they told you?
No.
Do I want the military-industrial complex making that decision for me? That's the other question.
I think look, you're going to not like this answer, but you have no idea what it's like to run the entire world or be president of the United States. You don't know what it's like to think for 350 million people. I don't either.
That's definitely true.
And if and I think that is 90% of this draconian. I know I use that word a lot. The draconian structure that is oppressing this secret is we cannot let it get into our enemy's hands, because if it does, God help the fate of the world. We know right now, and I want to finish my entire speech with this, but right now, the most important question and the most important phenomenon in the history of the world resides in a country that is run at least part and parcel by democracy.
Right.
Thank God.
But they are also someone's enemy.
I understand that.
If I was in another country and my enemy was America, I would also be saying the same thing. Do I want America having this in their hands? Like, who's to say that we're better?
So it's a race to the top of the baseball bat, like when we were in grade school.
Yeah, it's just. I suppose.
And that's how scary the technology must be that they have. That if this gets with any other country who is nefarious, who does not have good intentions, or can rule the world.
I agree. I agree fundamentally. I do agree that there are national security risks to a lot of this information. I suppose I just want to know if any of it is real.
Right.
And that's it, right? I'm not looking to reverse engineer a time machine.
Right.
I'm not that smart, and I don't know anybody who is, but I do, if you're not going to meet me halfway and be like, here are the crafts, or we have crafts, or if you're not going to meet me halfway, well, then we're all just going to keep digging until we find something sensitive.
Right.
And when
you're not going to tell me this is real or not.
And when I find something sensitive, like a project name, and they're like, don't talk about that, guess what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the project name, because I want them to at least acknowledge something. Give us something. Let us know something.
I understand that. They never said none of my friends can talk about it or admonish anyone. Me.
Yeah.
John Stewart. Now, is that stay on mission, stay on point, don't touch something? Maybe it is something very delicate.
What's the end game?
The future.
What's for you? What's the end game with these?
The end game is for somebody in the freaking government or a former military person to stand up and say, this is this doctor, this is this doctor, this is the facility was at, this is real, I know this is real, I know where this body is, and stop laughing at John Stewart. or not laugh, but
And that's
we're going to give Jon Stewart the truth.
noble, and I respect that. But if I were them, I would see how long I could keep stringing you on.
Probably.
I would just keep drip feeding you random stuff and keep telling you what to say. What
But
not to
everything
say.
they drip feed me comes to fruition, or is
Yep. And that's how that works.
right.
And that's how that
Well,
works.
why would I want to
Because
stop
it's to
that?
gain trust. Well, because you're never. I don't think these people willingly ever give anything up that's of value. I think
You may be right.
I think you're, when you're playing with these people, they are also just taking orders. There's also there's probably a case file on you right now, like with, what to give you next and what to, and that would bug me. But I guess if you have no other choice, because where else are we going to get this info?
Could it be 11 intelligence former operatives and contractors that want disclosure and are very careful about what they tell me? Can't that be the narrative also?
Possibly,
Maybe.
possibly for sure. Definitely. But they are intelligence agencies. They are smart. They do.
Yeah, it's
they have a lot of power.
You're right, and they can be very protective.
Yeah, I suppose.
And that bothers me because that
Yeah.
that is a an obfuscation brought on by my due diligence and my my honoring my security oaths, and well, then you should have never called me in the first place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I
Or
agree.
should never picked up the phone or never returned my email. Go away, kid.
That's the murky water of the UFO scape. Anyways, is like, on one side the argument can be made, oh, it's all this, but the equal and opposite argument exists as well constantly, and that somewhere in between lies a psyop. And
I mean, you got a guy like John Lear saying, "Oh, they put that into Jon Stewart's head in 2019.
Yeah.
Start researching this bullshit."
Yeah.
I'm a type A alpha male. I want to hunt. I want to aggressive. And this film bothered me, and I did this on my own. There wasn't any intelligence person. And you got Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot that'll tell anybody that'll listen to her they chose Jon Stewart. That was told to me on a podcast. They chose you.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that for one second. I think they went, oh, I remember Doty's first email back to me. You're investigating the alien interview. You are on a very interesting endeavor. He must have shit in his pants when he saw after 30 years somebody was going to start investigating this interview and not crapping his pants scared like, oh, this is wow.
Yeah.
They're like somebody coming to me, Mr. Stewart, I want to investigate the possible murder of that female wrestler back in '62, and I'd be like, oh, interesting.
If somebody came to you right now and be honest here,
I don't like the way this question's.
well, if they came to you right now and said, listen, I'll tell you everything, but you just got to keep playing ball and keep pretending and keep doing we're going to tell you what to say, but I'll feed everything to you, everything you've ever wanted to know about this program, but we got to send you on a wild goose chase publicly.
Do I have to lie publicly?
You'll have to no, not lie, omit.
Yes.
I would
take that deal.
You would take that deal?
Yes. Until I know mankind or my neighbors were in danger. Correct. That is my. That is my.
I appreciate the honest answer there, because I think a lot of people would have lied to that answer.
It's the Tommy Lee Jones in Space Cowboys. You'd leave me down here and go to space? Hell yeah, I would.
I would walk
to
away
find the truth who Victor is.
Yeah. God, that would be a tough choice though, because that would eat at you. And I'm sure it
don't harm my
eats
neighbors or my wife or kids.
But it eats at a lot of people.
I know it does.
Yeah.
But I'm the one investigating. I'm the one that spent $30,000. I'm the one taking the heat. I can find the truth, and the deal is go out there as a blabbering, the buffoon. You don't think I could leak stuff behind them, maybe, or in speech, or I could figure something out. And if I couldn't, I couldn't. But yeah, I would take that deal. I'm sorry.
No,
there's no one behind me writing a check to cover my losses.
That's right. I appreciate the honest answer. I really do. Thank you.
I came here to be honest.
Do you want to answer some audience questions?
Oh God, yeah, of course.
All right.
Is it true you hit Sergeant Slaughter over the head with a chair in 9? This is about aliens. What the hell?
Why has this video been allowed to spread publicly when so many less compelling ones have been squashed by Mole?
Because I think that there's two answers to that. One of them is if this is real, when this came out, I think the government, their sphincter probably was, you could make a diamond out of a lump of coal. And I think, on good foundation, that they just said we are up Schitt's Creek. Let's see what happens. Let's see where this goes. At the very least, we'll see how the public reacts to it. Well, why do I think the government knows who Victor is? Absolutely. Why didn't they prosecute Victor? It's called discovery. You want the government to prosecute Victor about the alien film?
Then all of a sudden,
I thought it's fake. Why are you prosecuting about 3 feet of 16 feet of cellophane film? It's fake. Oh, you're prosecuting him because it's not fake.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a real catch-22 that the government is still in with this film. And I think I play an important part of bringing the government out. I coined this phrase myself, bringing the government out of the closet. Let this guy go through the whole maturations, and he'll eventually, find Victor's Cub Scout pack and a neighbor, and we're out of it. And maybe we can go, well, he's a crazy car dealer, wrestler, but yeah, he did a good job, and and it diminishes it.
Do you know who Victor is?
I do.
You've met him?
No.
You spoke to him?
I just know his name, and I have his face.
You have his name and face. How was that? Was that just through your investigation, or was that given to you?
No, the director of both documentaries, Jeff Broadstreet, who does not care about aliens or anything.
Didn't he do follow-up documentaries about aliens?
He might have done one, or he was a guest. I was a guest on one, like some.
I was like a guest on. Okay.
He gave me for $500. I got the first name Stanton, which I thought was Stan. That's why I thought it was Stan Dale, because he looks just like Victor. Victor looks identical to Stan Dale, the old ufologist, but it's not Stan Dale.
Huh. What was that look? He's that same name?
Well, I got to look for a guy that looks like Stan Dale, but is a jerk like Bill Moore that speaks French.
Yeah.
I mean,
speaks French.
He spoke French in the 2008 documentary. Talked to Deluge of the Solar and talked about Sardo and Cicero and quoting philosophers and the Zoltine calendar. And so Jeff said, I will give you the full name. I will give you the 2 cities that we picked him up at for the documentaries for $5,000.
What a gatekeeper, this guy.
So my wife's like, you already spent $27,000. You're not writing him a check.
For a couple
The
cities.
angel of angels came through. His name is Brian Pemble. He's a UFO researcher. He's on X from Tucson, Arizona. And he said, I will cover half. I want to know who Victor is. I had tears in my eyes. Like, you are really going to help me do this? So we PayPal Jeff. I put this on Clint Weldon's Night Shift. I put the PayPal that we sent Jeff Broadstreet. I actually think it was $4,200 in Broadstreet. Like Victor, Mr. Pendactic said, well, I want the fee that PayPal is going to charge me. So we had to give him like another $150.
1%.
I'm like, are you Victor? And so we get it. So we are waiting for the email. Victor's name that Jeff Broadstreet said. Jeff Broadstreet was shown a tattered Social Security card with the prefix 262, which is a Florida birth from Victor, not his driver's license. Victor never took off his sunglasses. Interesting. Was a guy by the name of Stanton John Willett. So we go to the computer. There is a John Stanton Willett who died in October of last year, who lived 10 miles from me. Well, of course, this is John Stewart. And Jeff Broadstreet. Now, this is when we go back to deception detective work. Jeff said, I did look at his Social Security card. It wasn't John. I am positive. Stanton John Willett. So we spent $600 with a private detective in Chicago. She's like, there is no one. Now, think about this. Jeff Broadstreet was given a name that has never been born in America since 1650.
Right.
Isn't that a little weird? Isn't that a little intelly that you have come up with a name that is nowhere? So now, I don't want to say how because I don't want to get arrested, but the same methodology we used to see Bob Lazar on the EG&G entry log. This is an entry log into Groom Lake in the Nellis Test and Training Range kept by EG&G with Bob Lazar's names on it for 92 days. John Stanton Willett's name was on it.
Whoa.
Working for EG&G. Now I have produced another log line from this book. When we got the first name Stanton, I found a Stanton Howe who was a scientist and worked out at Area 51. I'm like, this is Victor. And we called his family. His son's like, stop calling me, you're crazy, and click. And that wasn't Victor, but I got his log line. And it's last name, a line. This is what the Groom Lake log. I am the only person that has ever brought out a document from Area 51. And I'm proud to say that. It was Howe, a line, Stanton, I think J, his middle initial, whether he was a civilian or military, CIV or MIL, whether he was a resident staying over on the base or not, the time duration of he was allowed on the base, like a June of 82 to July of 84, usually is 2-year stints. Same thing Bob Lazar, the same lineage Bob had, and Stanton and what he worked for. And Stanton Howe, the fake Victor, was Lockheed. Now, people have told me that, because I've had 7 people I've interviewed that were on Area 51, they said at times you could work for Chris Ramsey Dynamics, but Lockheed will get you entry onto the base if I'm grabbing you from Chris Ramsey Dynamics Electronics Company to help us on a radar application.
Sure.
Lockheed will be your
contractor.
So I thought it was interesting, a little tidbit there. And Stanton John Willett worked for EG&G. Again, we go to EG&G, we find out that they did high top secret audiovisual documentation for
They also hired the pilots at Janet Airlines.
And the Wackenhut.
Yep.
They hired them.
Mm-hmm.
Very
they were everywhere there. They were the ones who built the whole thing.
So
cool.
So Stanton John Willett is nowhere. What we'd like to do,
except on a log at Area 51.
Correct. Now I get one of my intel people hooks me up with it's too Tom Clancy. Forget it. It's all I can say is this: is that I have been told that Stanton John Willett was a intel name identity given to him by an intelligence 3-letter.
Okay, it was a pseudonym. Correct.
And that's, like I told you earlier, you can only get on Area 51 with your real name or an approved official nom de plume from an intelligence agency. We believe Stanton John Willett is not his real name. And I've been told by various sources, look for a Stanton somewhere, or a Victor or something, or a variation. They oftentimes will use the real first name of someone so it's not so detached from their real identity.
Yeah, so they don't slip up.
True or not. Correct. So we were then. The director told us in 96, Victor flew in from Arizona. And this is amazing. In 2008, we picked Victor up at a residence in Rancho Cucamonga, California. The former FBI agent, private detective in Chicago said, I heard Victor say, Nyan. It's called California English. And this guy thinks that Victor's Nyan, like, all right, Nyan. The FBI guy told me this. Yeah. And I went back and I heard it, and he does say it. He says, I think Victor spent a lot of time in California. Sure enough, Jeff Broadstreet says Southern California. What we would like to do, now, somebody on Reddit, another internet angel, Mr. Stewart, do you know they lightened Victor's face? You can see what he looks like. And I went out to Reddit, and he looks like Stan Dale with the beard, the goatee, the fake hair. We would like to take this photo, give it to the city manager, because Rancho Cucamonga does not have a mayor, and give it to the city manager to tell the newspaper in Rancho Cucamonga, could you help this guy? This is an interesting story. We've got a huge whistleblower allegedly from our area. Here's his name and face. Can somebody from his Cub Scout pack, his high school?
Sure.
Because I don't believe the government can it's called sheep dipping. I don't believe the government can sheep dip your neighbors, your Cub Scout group members.
Not everyone.
And they can do it if they've given you a fake name.
Yeah.
You'll never find that. But if his name is Stanton Johnson,
And he looks like that.
it looks like that, we've got our man. So that is our next
Cool.
our next avenue with Victor.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a
No,
tangent.
yeah, it's very interesting. Please keep us posted. Okay.
It's like being on a game show.
From Hex, have you had any Men in Black interactions since starting your research and coming forward?
No name,
No knocks on the door. And I've said it to everyone, and I've said it on podcasts. Hey,
everyone tells you
Don't-
which agency they're from when they talk to you?
well, no, they're from the 2764th detachment wing out of Belvoir. They do hire actors. They do hire weird-looking people. They are trained.
You talking about the Men in Black?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean the people that you're around, they've always come forward with who they were with? Like which department they were with?
Some have, and some haven't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you know their intelligence if they haven't?
I guess I get you're right.
All right.
Great point. But no, I have no interaction with Men in Black, and I've said it publicly. You'd stop stealing my emails. You want me to stop that I've touched on something that's going to compromise national security?
Yeah.
Be a man. That's combative. I'm sorry. Be a gentleman. Be a woman. A lady. Knock on my door. Show me your credentials. I'll take you out for coffee. I'll go show you the Home Alone house. We'll
Yeah.
take pictures, and you can tell me why I should stop, and I'll stop.
I'm happy to do that too. I think that's like a good happy middle ground with like national security and stuff. There's too many there's no need for
No,
tomfoolery.
no. I will show you what I am.
Yeah, there's a lot of this because like, people say, oh, they're getting warnings or like, oh, my phone, I'm hearing a clicking. It's like, just be overt.
Right.
Let's just all just come into the light. The best antiseptic is sunlight.
And
Let's
that brings me to, I had two different emails. So groups of intel men, not my intelligence people, believe that you have been, the spy program, Stingray Centipede, has been performed on your phone. They had to get a court order. It's not like you did anything illegal. It's a counterintelligence spy program. It's called Stingray Centipede. That's what we think has happened to your phone. Another group said, this is too sloppy. The United States government wouldn't steal your emails and let you know that your emails are gone. We think it's like China or Russia or Israel.
Oh, weird.
So keep you up at night.
Another thing. All right, last question here from the audience. Maybe my favorite question. This is a tough question.
Okay.
Get ready.
I'm an open book.
All right.
If I can answer it, I can answer it.
You ready?
In the red corner, Victor or Oscar, as we now know him. In the blue corner, Skinny Bob. Who wins, or is it a draw?
Okay, here's what I know. Skinny Bob has the same owner's signature and timestamp as the Victor video.
Yeah, you've pointed that out before. I don't know how.
I find that suspect.
I do find it interesting, but I also find that it would have been much harder to put a timestamp on a film than it is digitally. And so the timestamp that's on the Victor video is more impressive.
A group of 5 special effects people said this, that Skinny Bob was put through a program called Shutterstock.
Yeah, which is
my daughter's got that.
Yeah.
My daughter's
I've seen all that. I've done my due diligence on that. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why. And they can't, again, I can't figure this out. They can't figure out how the black triangle redaction was placed on that electronic film, not a reel of film.
Mm-hmm.
They said that on a YouTube. They were all sitting there like, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
And I don't know
Corridor Crew or whatever. Yeah.
Now that made me go,
when I looked into it as well,
wait a minute.
I
And
saw the filters were obviously fake, but the core video has still yet to be debunked.
I believe it's real, and I think I know the provenance of it, which was you can let this out, but you have to put it through some sort of a filter to give it a straw man argument that people can try and debunk it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, that's through Shutterstock and it's over. That is what I've been told about Skinny Bob. And that it was not in Russian captivity.
It was like a planned leak once again.
I think so.
Okay, that's all the questions from the audience. Thank you for answering those. We want to touch on one more thing?
Well, I just, I want to encourage people, maybe not to be as crazy as I have for after 6 years and all the money I've spent, but I just want to go over, without padding myself, crediting the internet, just by going out on podcasts and doing this for 6 years, what other people have helped us. And I don't even think you even realize this is to my group and to the internet, that we have the first document out of Area 51, the Stanton Howell log line. We have verified the Wilson Davis memo. We found 2 men, Kasternick and another military general, that were in the Wilson Davis memo. Okay, we found those on documents on what's called the Military Bulletin Board. It's like an internal
memo board
for DOD people. And somebody on the internet found the 2 names. One was a brigadier general, and one was and they were in the scientific advisory.
Mm-hmm.
They had SAB behind their name. These 2 names were on the Wilson Davis memo. We found them on total innocuous documents on this Military Bulletin Board. And I'm happy to prove Eric Davis, I don't know if he denies it or not.
Well, he definitely does not talk about it all. He was asked about it. He's like, I will not talk about it.
We found Paul Kaminsky, USD Technology, and Brigadier General Mike Kostelanik, OUSD A&T. And those were both on the Wilson Davis memos. People were saying those are fake generals, but we found them. We found them on, innocuous military, and I'm very proud of that. The internet. I think one of the biggest stories in ufology, and I don't know, I think people really do hate me. They don't want to see me win. We have proven.
I don't think that's true.
I'm being flippant.
Yeah.
But we have proven the OPNAC, the SOM 01 extraterrestrial recovery manual is real. I've been in contact with Ryan Wood.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work on that.
He's got the measurements that he's got the Ray Z.
The crate size. Yeah, I mean,
crate size.
I looked at all of that as well. Yeah, it's very compelling.
Everything in that document is searchable. All of the names are retreads. S4, the blue room at right pad, except one line.
Well, S4 was also there was that was a point of contention was the S-4.
Right.
That wouldn't.
And there's an S4 at ton of power.
Yeah, there's also S4 is like just a storage facility. I think that they use it for elsewhere.
There's one line that no one could figure out since 1954: where to bring living biological aliens. And it was a facility called OPNAC BBS 01, and it said this is where you take living that aren't degenerated, living extraterrestrial specimens. No, sitting there one day, Mr. Stewart. It's on YouTube, on a chat room. I think I know what OPNAC and that you've been talking about is. It's the oceanic platform for the North Atlantic and the Caribbean. And I'm like, layman's terms, offshore platform. Mr. Stewart, they've got biological specimens. They don't know if they're a contaminant to the continental United States and the people. They would want them on a facility that's separate offshore.
Also, know where you can drive to.
Right, exactly. And now another Italian guy named Adriano Andiamo, I think if I'm saying his name right, says, I know what the BBS is. It was the Bermuda Biological Station attached to the offshore platform.
Whoa.
Wait a minute. John Stewart, the investigator. Who created OPNAC and BBS? A guy by the name of, now I sound like UAP Gerb. A guy by the name of Dr. Arthur Sherlock. He was a millionaire. He donated this platform to who? The United States Navy. They didn't talk about aliens in his bio. And what else did he help the Navy with? Propulsion. I know you're
interesting.
Shocked. Interesting. Art Sherlock. Dr. Art Sherlock was like a
what year was this?
50s?
40s?
But they used this facility for aliens in 54 up until 62 when S2 Alpha at Papoose Lake was built. And we have the FOIA document from that.
And then they transferred from there to Utah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And in the mid-90s, I believe the Papoose Lake facility has been under caretaker status since the mid-90s.
And probably since Bob Lazar.
Oh, yeah. The minute Lazar came out, the wheels were implemented to switch the program.
I think it's interesting, too, because Victor had mentioned that the alien was brought to S4 in 89. I wonder if that was the big thing that made the Russians leave. Because there was some discovery, according to Bob, that happened at S4 at Papoose.
And the Russians disparted with
and they were working very closely with the Russians. And if you're working with the Russians, it must have been of utter importance to work with like your enemy like that, like so closely, leave them into like the most like deepest part of the bowels of like the secrecy, and then just to kick them out, there must have been like some massive discovery. And then this guy's saying that the alien was brought there in 89. So I wonder if that was the reason they were like, get the Russians out of here, get us some psychics in the mountains of Vermont.
I wish I knew the provenance of that being, like what crash or what hard landing. Do you know that two remote viewing, there's another thing, folks, but separate from John Stewart. Do you know that two remote viewing groups remote viewed this alien interview video, opposed from me?
Yeah.
And both said, we're seeing a tan being, he's sick, he's distressed, there's a partition, and he's in a no man's land. No man's land is Papoose Lake. That's a nuclear fallout, basically.
Yeah.
And to the point where Richard Dolan was in on the session, is like John Stewart's Don Quixote. The windmill, the alien interview. Richard Dolan said, "I believe it's real from this blind study and from what John has told us."
Do you think it kind of matches the description loosely to Dan Bursch's, but not entirely? Like Dan's had like scales on it too, and was like more brown.
And Dan was in a biosphere. These people specifically said a partition. We're seeing a partition.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, it was a biosphere to protect it. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I just want to say,
go for it.
You know, that unlike Paul Benowitz, that did not have a good interaction. I actually emailed Bill Moore, who everyone told me he would never email me back, and he has emailed me back. He also is so frustrated with me, told me not to email him again until March. And as Rick Doty said, you do realize you made Bill Moore crazy, the guy that's supposed to the reverse. I said, I George Costanza'd him. He literally said, do not contact me until March 15th, to the Ides of March. I just want to say one thing.
Why until March 15th?
It's the Ides of March. He's very hyper intelligent. If I would tell you he was Victor, but he said he's not, but he knows everything about it. And I just want to tell you what he left me, what he said to me. Claims he wasn't Victor, claims he had the necktie that Victor wore, that he threw away 6 years ago, that he knows who Victor is, and that he's played a small part in this. He said it was a hoax. Listen, now, why would John Stewart debunk it? Because I don't care if it's real or not. He said it was a hoax, but then he says, but if I tell you the truth of that film, and if I tell you the truth of what that film is about, you and I will be swinging from an end of a rope. That is in an email from an 84-year-old former asset of the CIA. He was an asset of the CIA, not of Rick Doty. And scary. If I tell you the truth, you and I will swing from an end of a rope.
Wild.
I ask your viewers, what would you... I'm going to keep going, and I will find Victor's complete identity.
Is that the mission?
Got to be the mission. I'm on the board. I can't get out. It's like the octopus. That
You prove
octopus
Victor.
movie.
Yeah, you prove Victor. You prove the alien, or you prove the
Prove
video.
the alien, or
Yeah.
at least prove the government did it and it was a psyop.
Yep.
And again, I go on record. 97 to 98%. I know the United States government had a hand in filming this, or at least recreating and filming this. I am confident.
Well, I'll tell you where my conviction level has been raised incredibly due to this conversation. So I want to thank you for coming here and enlightening me, with your research. And I think, there are some people that give you a bad rap for some reason. I can't figure it out. I guess it's you have very aggro energy, but I mean, it's directed in a way that we like. We want people like you kicking down doors and taking names, because I'm not going to do it. I'm not that person. I'm a person who has conversations and who thinks philosophically, maybe in my quiet little corner. But you're somebody, and UAP Gerb is another person who's kicking doors, and
Yeah.
I think we need more people like that.
Yeah.
Regardless of clashing personalities. I think, I think what you're doing is a net positive to some extent, and I'd like to see you continue that safely. And wish you all the safety in your journey, and hopefully you get to find out who Victor is. If anybody wants to support you, where can they find you? What can they do?
Yeah, I think the best way, and it's worked for 6 years, and I've been told that this familiarity, this personal touch, is probably what got me a lot of people to help me. Instead of them having to call a company and go through a switchboard to get a hold of me, I leave my email. My email is John, Jon, without the H, my middle name, Alan, Alan, my last name, Stewart, Stewart, @AOL.com. Don't laugh that I have AOL. I'm an old guy. And on X, Jon Stewart IL.
Well, John, you're a true gentleman. Thank you so much for coming here, and I hope we covered most of what you wanted to talk about today. I know you probably got a lot more.
No, we did. It's been. I am just so honored to be here. It's been a great conversation. I hope with how people view you on the internet, that this moves my investigation and the conversation and moves the needle in a good direction that will help us solve this, and I can move on.
I'm pretty certain it will.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
reaching out to the distant worlds that once appeared as mere points of light in our night sky. In 1977, humanity turned that dream into reality as Voyager 2 launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida. Its mission, a rare grand tour of the outer solar system, visiting Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, a planetary alignment that happens only once every 175 years. Voyager 2 was a marvel of engineering, equipped with cameras and instruments to explore these alien worlds. But it also carried the golden record, a gold-plated disc with sounds and images from Earth, greetings in 55 languages, and music from Bach to Chuck Berry. This was our cosmic message in a bottle, a greeting card to any extraterrestrial civilization that might find it. On launch day, the rocket thundered skyward, carrying not just a machine, but the hopes and curiosity of an entire species. For the scientists and engineers, it was a moment of anxiety and exhilaration, the culmination of years of work. As Voyager 2 faded into the sky, it began a journey that would last decades, far outliving its creator's expectations. It would travel billions of miles, enduring deep space, and send back data that would rewrite our understanding of the solar system. This was not just a scientific mission, it was an odyssey that would forever change our perspective on our place in the universe. Voyager 2 sailed through the silent void, reaching Jupiter in 1979. Its cameras revealed Jupiter's great red spot as a raging storm, and sent back stunning images of swirling clouds and lightning. In 1981, Voyager 2 reached Saturn, unveiling the complexity of its rings and the mysterious atmosphere of Titan. After Saturn, it became the first and only spacecraft to visit Uranus in 1986, discovering new moons, rings, and a bizarre magnetic field. Each encounter revealed worlds more dynamic and complex than we'd ever imagined. In 1989, Voyager 2 flew by Neptune, discovering the Great Dark Spot, supersonic winds, and confirming faint rings. Most astonishing was its close-up of Triton, Neptune's moon, with geysers erupting from its frozen surface. Each planetary flyby was a revelation, painting a picture of a solar system alive with activity. Voyager 2's journey through the giants transformed our understanding of these distant worlds. After Neptune, Voyager 2's primary mission was complete, but its journey continued. It sped toward the heliopause, the edge of our solar system, where the sun's influence ends and interstellar space begins. For decades, Voyager 2 flew toward this invisible frontier, the sun shrinking to a distant star behind it. Scientists on Earth listened for faint signals, waiting for signs that the probe had crossed into interstellar space. That moment came in late 2018. Voyager 2 detected a sharp drop in solar particles and a rise in cosmic rays. After more than 40 years and 11 billion miles, Voyager 2 had entered the interstellar medium. It joined its twin, Voyager 1, as humanity's second emissary to the stars. This was a monumental achievement, our first presence in the space between the stars. Voyager 2 became our eyes and hands in this unexplored territory, sampling the material and magnetic fields of the galaxy. Like a ship leaving home waters for the open ocean, it began sending back our first direct data from the interstellar sea. The data would give us a new perspective on our place in the galaxy. Voyager 2's journey beyond the solar system marked a new era in exploration. As Voyager 2 entered interstellar space, it sent back data that challenged our expectations. The interstellar medium was denser and colder than predicted, and the transition was far more complex than a simple boundary. Voyager 2's crossing was turbulent, suggesting the edge of our solar system is a fluctuating dynamic region. This complexity forced scientists to rethink how our solar system interacts with the galaxy. The probe's data became a crucial weather report from an unknown land, refining our models of the cosmos. Voyager's precise trajectory also offers a unique opportunity. Any unexplained deviation could hint at unseen massive objects tugging on the spacecraft. The environment Voyager 2 travels through is not empty, but filled with gravitational whispers from the unknown. Each signal from Voyager 2 could hold clues to mysteries yet to be.
We might not have some moderators in here. This is Susan Bassey. I am down at the Los Gatos Police, and we were doing a little checking around on a case that is related to family court and Judge Cindy Hendrickson. And I want to point this out, and I also went and got some records today in the planning department for code enforcement. So we're going to see if anybody pops in here. It's a little 1:06, which is a little after the lunchtime. Hi, Christopher. Hi, can you hear us okay? Christopher Ray Lees, 8723. Public Press, good afternoon. I just want to make sure the sound's okay because I did not get my moderators in here. Brandon Woods, 9930. Nice to see you. Okay, I came down to Los Gatos, and it was interesting because I have some backup camera help today, and the first thing they said is, oh, it's interesting to see this place when I've seen it on your live streams, and didn't realize that it was all so close together. So just a reminder, I'm at the Los Gatos Police Department, which is right here. Across the way is a nonprofit known as the Los Gatos New Museum, where I actually went to a little class on newspapers the other day. And across there is the city town hall, where the city attorney, they call it the town. We're not allowed to call it a city, we call it a town here. Where the town attorney, where code enforcement are, and then the planning department is down below. And that's where I went first this morning. So the planning department in an area is the department where you have to go get your permits. And in Los Gatos, they are very strict on that. If you want to chop down a tree in the historic district, then you need a permit. And we're looking at that because of the code enforcement issues when we started investigating Private Judge Jeff Blum. He was the code enforcement hearing officer when somebody complained about their neighbor's political signs. And we found out he was a divorce attorney, a private judge, didn't have his business license, was doing some very unethical communications as a code enforcement hearing officer, inserting himself into the legal matters that the town was paying to defend two city council members. One is Rob Moore, who is now the mayor of Los Gatos. And we're going to dive into the mayor a little bit more. And if you look at this in other cities, these are things that you can do in your town, in your city, in your county. We're just showing you how it's all connected and what records are available. So today I was actually investigating a court case where a father there were divorce papers filed, and shortly thereafter the wife had an attorney by the name of Christina Adams. And if you look back through my old work, Christina Adams is the attorney who unleashed her dog on a process server. It wasn't Mark, the process server, it was another process server. And she unleashed her dog when her children were present. She lives over in Santa Cruz County. And it was really shocking that a divorce attorney would engage in that behavior. But we've seen that consistently. Jeff Blum didn't want to talk on camera. Netta Ledgerwood slammed the door. That's in my shorts. We have 1 million views on that because these attorneys are not behaving the way that we expect them to behave when they're on the other end of the legal system, being served with subpoenas, being served with lawsuits. And my next video, I actually have Dan Beck, who is a minors counsel up in Sonoma County. Mark, the process server, served him with a lawsuit, and he actually responded the way we expect lawyers to respond. And so we're trying to show you that attorneys are a problem in a lot of these cases that we're investigating. It's not the people that are cycling in and out of the legal system, it is the attorneys, and it's a lot of the family court judges. And here in Santa Clara County, there is a judge by the name of Cindy Hendrickson. She is a judge who was elected to the bench during the recall of another judge. Recalls of judges are very rare. And I have followed a number of disqualifications on Cindy Hendrickson, and that is when an attorney or a pro per litigant files on a judge saying that they think that they are biased. They give their facts of why they think they're biased, and the judge is supposed to either object and say that's not true, I'm not biased, and remain in the case. They can say, I can see how that would appear that way, and in the interest of justice, I'm going to recuse myself. Or they can strike it. That's something a lot of people don't realize. And Cindy Hendrickson's been doing that a lot. So have other judges here. They strike their own disqualification, and that means you have to then take that up to the Court of Appeal on a writ within 10 days. And so we see judges answering in the alternative and also striking, and it's very confusing for individuals. But when there are a lot of disqualifications against a judge, we start to pay attention, because it means that rarely do attorneys file disqualifications. But when we see that over and over again, we look at the judge's response and we look for inconsistencies. And Judge Cindy Hendrickson was closely associated with that nonprofit Women SV. Hello from New Zealand. Hey, Steve Boyd, I didn't know you were in New Zealand. Nice to see you in here. And so what we see is that with certain judges, we see certain patterns. And one case that came across my desk over the weekend, I was really trying to kind of wall that off, was a case where a father a husband told his wife that he was being investigated at his workplace, and it was a credit union, and there had been some accounting irregularities, and he was trying to explain that away. And he progressively started, "Hi, Johnny, nice to see you. I'm glad you're moderating, because I'm really not paying attention, and I hope I hope you're knocking out some of those troll comments." And so what ended up happening was the father was accused, he resigned from his job. And that's similar to what we see police officers do. When I started covering Jonathan Silva, he resigned from his position, and then he sued the city in a lawsuit. And we've never really gotten the records to go over how much that's cost the city. But we did start getting records on how much these code enforcement proceedings cost when the hearing officer, Jeff Blum, wasn't even paying his business license taxes. And that made us realize that there were more attorneys out there not paying their business license taxes. And today we have an indication that one of those attorneys is a former prosecutor turned criminal defense attorney after he was prosecuted, convicted of felony burglary, but is continuing to be a lawyer and not paying his business license taxes here in Los Gatos. And so the town has a problem with the software and the third-party vendor that they're using misreporting whether or not people have business licenses. And they misreported that Netflix didn't have a business license, which got me very excited about how much money that would bring in for the city if we had found that to be true. But then we found that was a problem from the third-party software business that was running this for the town and being paid for that. And that's similar to these flock cameras. We are contracting with private businesses, giving them information, and the flock cameras, they have access to information about how we travel. Whoever says, am I international? I'm in Los Gatos, and I don't have any intention of being international right now. All I can do is get around this county for just kind of the reporting that needs to be done. And so we're really looking at especially private judges. Those are the attorneys who do the job of a public court judge for private compensation, and they make a lot of money doing that. And when they do that, they're also handling domestic violence cases. So you're paying them to decide whether or not they're going to issue a CLETS restraining order. And let me explain what that is, because for a lot of you, you have no idea. And I was contacted this weekend by a police officer who's involved in a divorce and whose wife is threatening a CLETS restraining order against him. And if that gets issued, he will not be able to work as a police officer. I am looking at what is the reason for these restraining orders, because if everybody is truly as dangerous as these restraining order issues suggest, then that's all happening through family court, not the police, not the criminal courts. And that means you have no idea who you're living next door to, who you might be hiring, if you're not paying for a business background check that would pick that up. And so we're looking for all of those kinds of things. I'm getting a little spam messages. It's kind of funny. And we're looking for if police officers, if lawyers are following the law, and we're looking at the impact of the courts on employment, on families' lives. And so I want to go over what I saw in this case, because I think it affects a lot more people than we realize. So this father was accused at his workplace for irregularities in accounting. He didn't really go into that, but we have the text messages back and forth between him and his wife, and he was being investigated, so he resigned from his job. He then is unemployed. It was December. He starts drinking excessively. And we see this a lot in people who do drugs and drink, and they're usually doing it to mask other pain. But it comes with behavior that sometimes is problematic. And that's what happened in this case. So his wife filed for divorce and got a restraining order against him. And when these restraining orders issue, they can kick you out of your home. They can restrain you from your children. And some employers will simply, probably getting a little code enforcement parking ticket right there. And some people will find, if they're in family court, what these judges do, and Cindy Hendrickson did it in this case, is they will say, oh, now your children need an attorney, so they're appointing minors counsel. Or they might say, this is very embarrassing to a business, so they will convince you to take the case into private judging, where usually nobody's watching and the judges aren't following the law and attorneys aren't following the law in posting the cases so that we can follow them. And when they issue a restraining order, the other thing we're seeing is that they are putting parents on professional supervised visitation. Whoever said I look like a demon rat, he's gone. If you don't like how I look, don't come on my channel. It's really that simple. And you know, again, rules on this platform, you want to make personal attacks about how people appear or what you think. That may be your opinion, but you don't get to express it here. You can go express it somewhere else, because we're trying to really stay focused and teach people about what's going on. And these restraining orders that are being issued,
People have no idea how often and how frequently they are issued. And if you have a restraining order issued against you, it means you don't have any right to bear arms. You lose your Second Amendment rights, because here in California, they take away your, if you own any firearms, you lose those. And if you lose your Second Amendment rights, not through criminal court, but through the family court or a civil proceeding, because you can get a restraining order just from your neighbor filing one against you, or a family member where you don't have an intimate relationship, but they can get a restraining order against you. And you also lose your ability to work in about 90% of jobs. You can't work in law enforcement, you can't be a dog catcher, you can't even adopt a dog from a shelter if they run that background check and find you have a restraining order. And the other issue, you can't be a teacher. I've sat in courtrooms where I've listened to people complain that they work for a school district as janitors, and they beg the judge, please don't issue this. It means I will lose my job and not be able to pay child support. So it's this vicious cycle. You get a restraining order against you, but you have an order to pay child support, but you're precluded from doing all of these jobs. And one police officer told me back in the old days that they used to make a statement about, they used to say if people were having a fight, they would tell, they did say husband, so it's a little gender-based, to go and sleep it off and let it calm down, and then
Alternative
astronomers discovered this asteroid in an unusual orbit around the Earth. This surprised the astronomers because, as far as they knew, the only natural object that orbited Earth was the Moon. And so this strange object couldn't be an asteroid. It had to be something that was made by us. As it turned out, this was in fact the Saturn V third stage, which launched the Apollo 12 astronauts to the Moon. This rocket left Earth in 1969 and went on a crazy journey, unknown to everyone, before returning to Earth 30 years later. But what happened to this rocket? And why did it end up on such a weird journey? In this video, we're going to look at how a tiny error in the Apollo 12 mission sent this rocket stage on a 30-year trip through space, only to mysteriously reappear around Earth. We'll also be giving away this awesome space shuttle canvas print, so stick around to the end of the video to see how you could win. The Saturn V rocket had 3 stages. The first stage burned for about 2.5 minutes and got them to an altitude of 61 kilometers. From there, the second stage would burn for around 6 minutes, taking them higher and faster. It was then up to the third and final stage to do a short burn and get the spacecraft into orbit. Once it was in a stable orbit, the third stage would be fired up again to perform the translunar injection burn, sending the rocket and crew on a trajectory to intersect the Moon. Once the Apollo crew were safely on their way to the Moon, the third stage would separate and NASA would try to discard it. On previous Apollo missions, they aimed to place it into an orbit around the Sun, where it would remain for thousands of years. In order to get into this orbit, NASA aimed to meet the Moon on its trailing side, where the Moon's gravity would slingshot the rocket away from Earth and into a solar orbit. For NASA, an orbit like this is a good investment because it means the object won't get in the way of future missions. But things didn't quite work out for Apollo 12. An investment that definitely won't get in your way is Masterworks. Masterworks has been featured in financial publications like Business Insider and Financial Times, and was recently awarded one of LinkedIn's top 50 startups. Because from Masterworks' office in downtown Manhattan, their team is opening the door to art investing. Masterworks has paid out over 20, earned 10, 13, and 35, $600 million invested. Check out. In order to get rid of Apollo 12's third stage, NASA had to set it on a path to meet the Moon around here. But the initial trajectory had it headed toward this side of the Moon. And so the third stage needed to do one final maneuver to change its trajectory. In order to complete this maneuver, the third stage used its auxiliary propulsion systems. These were 2 sets of thrusters at the bottom of the stage that provided yaw, pitch, and roll during flight. Despite having to change its position by thousands of kilometers, it actually took very little energy, since changing its trajectory so early in the journey would have a big effect once it reached the Moon. At the time of separation, the third stage was traveling at around 20,000 kilometers an hour. In order to change its trajectory, it had to slow down by about 140 kilometers an hour. This would delay its approach to the Moon, making it arrive at the opposite side. NASA completed the maneuver, but unknown to them, it didn't go to plan. The entire Saturn V rocket was controlled by the instrument unit, located above the third stage. This had its own internal guidance unit on board, which was used to plot the rocket's trajectory. It also had 2 C-band transponders, which would send signals back to ground stations on Earth, giving NASA more accurate trajectory data. Once the rocket was safely in orbit, NASA could compare this data with the rocket's own data and see if it was following the desired flight path. If anything was off, they could send a command up to the rocket to correct it. What NASA didn't know was that the tracking stretched and pulled in different directions by the Earth and Moon's gravity. It got stretched all the way out to Lagrange point 1. This is a point between Earth and the Sun, where the gravitational forces of both bodies cancel out. Once the third stage passed beyond this point, the Sun started to have more of an influence. Imagine a steep hill with a car trying to reach the top. If the car doesn't have enough velocity to reach the top, the hill will drag it back down to the bottom. If it has enough velocity to move past the top, it will start to get pulled down by the other side. This is exactly what happened to the third stage. It passed the Lagrange point 1 hill and was now being dragged into an orbit around the Sun. In a way, it finally achieved what it was meant to achieve, but this orbit around the Sun was far from stable. Instead of being accelerated to a solar orbit on the outside of Earth, it had been slowed down into an orbit on the inside of Earth. Because of this, the third stage was now completing its lap around the Sun a little bit quicker than the Earth. This meant it was slowly pulling away, but it was only a matter of time before the third stage would catch back up. This actually happened in 1986, but it wasn't quite close enough to the L1 point, and so it never got pulled into Earth's orbit. The third stage carried on racing around the Sun for another 16 years before the inevitable finally happened. In 2002, the third stage reached its apoapsis just as the Earth came onto the scene. This time, the third stage crossed beyond Earth's L1 point, and for the first time in 32 years, the Earth now had more pull on the object than the Sun. Over the course of 2 months, Earth pulled the third stage into a highly elliptical orbit around the Earth, just like the one it was in before. At this point, though, astronomers still had no idea what this object was, and so in order to confirm the identity of the object, astronomers did spectroscopy observations to determine what it was made of. Every material reflects light in slightly different ways. More specifically, the amount of light that is reflected will differ at each wavelength. And so to determine the material of this object, astronomers took light measurements of the third stage at many different wavelengths, which gave them a spectroscopy graph. With this, they could compare it to other spectroscopy graphs and see if it matched any other materials. It turned out that it was very similar to the spectroscopy graph of white titanium oxide paint, the exact kind that was used on the Saturn V. Astronomers were also able to trace the object's trajectory back and found that it left Earth's orbit in 1971. And so with this information, astronomers could confidently say that this really was the long-lost third stage from Apollo 12. Astronomers continued to track the orbit, and after just a year, it was once again thrown out into an orbit around the Sun. Calculations made by astronomers show that it will return to Earth in the mid-40s. This object will spend many more years racing through space, but the laws of physics will always make sure it returns home every now and then. And now, time for something really special. In the next video, we'll be giving away this awesome space shuttle canvas print. All you have to do is sign up at the link below and leave a comment about the thing that got you. This is the Apollo 10 crew getting ready to leave behind Snoopy, the lunar module. This was an important step before the crew could return to Earth, but it didn't quite go as planned. As the explosive bolts released, it blew a hole in the lunar module's hatch. This caused all of the air to rush out, making Snoopy shoot off much faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, the crew lost track of the now abandoned spacecraft as it went into the sun's glare. This was the last time the lunar module was ever captured on camera. A few hours later, NASA lost track of the spacecraft, and its location remained completely unknown for decades. But in 2018, astronomers discovered an object flying by Earth that might just be this lost lunar module from 1969. But where had it been this entire time? In this video, we're going to look at the crazy journey of Apollo 10's lunar module and how astronomers might have managed to find it after 50 years in space. We'll also be giving away this Apollo 11 poster, so stick around to the end of the video to see how you could win. Over the course of the Apollo missions, a total of 10 lunar modules were flown in space. 2 were used for testing around Earth and eventually burned up in the atmosphere. On the famous Apollo 13 mission, one served as a lifeboat for the crew before also burning up in Earth's atmosphere. The rest were purposefully crashed into the moon after successfully completing their mission. But Apollo 10 was a bit different. Designed as a rehearsal for the upcoming Apollo 11 mission, Apollo 10 did everything apart from actually landing on the moon. Once in lunar orbit, astronauts Thomas Stafford and Eugene Cernan descended to just 15 kilometers above the lunar surface. After testing out Snoopy's systems, the bottom half of the lunar module was ditched and eventually crashed into the moon. Now, with just the top half, the astronauts returned to the command module and prepared to leave Snoopy behind. But after releasing Snoopy, it disappeared behind the sun's glare, and the astronauts lost track of where it went. Because it was following the same path as the crew, NASA was worried that its orbit might come back and collide with the command module. However, it still had a lot of fuel left over, and so, instead of letting it crash into the moon, NASA decided to fire its engines and send it on a trajectory far away from the astronauts. Snoopy continued burning until it ran out of fuel a few minutes later. Despite losing track of it initially, the astronauts on board the command module actually saw Snoopy performing its burn. This was the last time Snoopy was ever seen by humans. Many decades went by and astronauts started to look for the abandoned spacecraft. But in order to find Snoopy after 50 years in space, they needed to know exactly where it went after leaving the moon. To understand where Snoopy went after its burn, we need to look at how the Earth and Moon were positioned. The Earth orbits the Sun counterclockwise at around 30 kilometers per second. The Moon orbits the Earth counterclockwise at around 1 kilometers per second. And so, relative to the Sun, the Moon also moves at roughly 30 kilometers per second. The Apollo 10 crew were orbiting the Moon clockwise, so in the opposite direction to the Moon's orbit around Earth. When Snoopy did its final burn, the Moon was around here, on the Earth's trailing side. This burn added an extra 1 kilometers per second to its Moon velocity, allowing it to escape the Moon's gravity. But because this velocity was in the opposite direction to its motion around the Sun, Snoopy's speed relative to the Sun was now slower than that of Earth. This burn effectively slammed on the brakes, while the Earth and Moon carried on as normal. This meant Snoopy now had a little bit less velocity to fight against the Sun's gravity, and so its orbit got pulled in. Now, traveling mostly on the inside of Earth's orbit, Snoopy was completing its lap around the Sun quicker than Earth, once every 342 days. This meant it started to race ahead of the Earth and slowly pull away. Snoopy continued racing around the Sun for another 15 years before it finally made a close flyby of Earth. When this happened, Earth's gravity pulled on the spacecraft, changing its orbit ever so slightly. We know where Snoopy went after it left the moon. The problem is, all of this is based on just a few days worth of data after Snoopy separated, and every future encounter with Earth would have changed its trajectory, adding much more uncertainty to its location. But knowing these uncertainties allowed astronomers to limit their search to a specific part of the sky. But this was no easy task, since astronomers would have to search for a 4-meter wide object in an absolutely massive area of space. Nonetheless, finding Snoopy became the holy grail for astronomers, and it was only a matter of time before they found something special. According to the predictions, Snoopy would have made several close encounters with Earth, with the most recent one being in 2018. That is when astronomers discovered this very faint object flying through our night sky. Initially thought to just be an asteroid, astronomers became suspicious after analyzing it a bit further. Asteroids typically have a more oval-shaped orbit, on a plane that's tilted compared to Earth. Initial calculations of this object showed that it had a more circular orbit around the Sun. On further inspection, the orbital plane of this object wasn't tilted, but in fact perfectly matched the orbital plane of Earth. This meant it was more likely to be something that originated from Earth. The object was also moving at a very similar speed to Earth, whereas an asteroid would usually have a much greater speed. Another important giveaway was the object's brightness. Astronomers had calculated what an object with Snoopy's shape, size, and material would look like at various distances, and the light from this object seemed to match that. Amazingly, astronomers discovered this object when it was 55 million kilometers away from us, but this meant it was too faint to really analyze. In the past, NASA was able to identify a long-lost Centaur upper stage using spectroscopy observations. This works by measuring the light from an object at different wavelengths and determining what material it's made from. Different materials will absorb and reflect light at different wavelengths. By comparing these spectroscopy graphs with materials here on Earth, we can identify what material the object must be made of. This object is too far and dim for us to perform measurements like this, and we will have to wait until 2028 for it to make another flyby of Earth. Only then will we be able to do spectroscopy observations and confirm if it really is Snoopy. Snoopy is the only spacecraft once occupied by humans to still be traveling through space. Despite going off on a crazy journey 54 years ago, the laws of physics mean that it will continue to call home every now and then. Perhaps in the future, we will have the ability to retrieve the abandoned spacecraft and finally bring it back to Earth, where its crazy journey all began. And now, time for the Primal Space giveaway. The winner of this awesome ISS LEGO model is Alan Cardenas. Congratulations. But don't worry if you didn't win. In the next video, we'll be giving away this amazing Apollo 11 poster. All you need to do is sign up at the link below and leave a comment saying what kind of condition you think Snoopy would be in now. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
We've all imagined what it would be like to visit outer space, but while being an astronaut is a dream for many young kids and adults, there's one spaceman out there that found himself in a real-life cosmic nightmare, being lost in space. So join me on this truly wild tale, traversing through the collapse of nations and into the territory of literal time travel itself, in the story of what happened to the astronaut who was lost in space for 311 lonely days. The race for space. Our story begins in the Soviet Union, Russia specifically.
Sergei Krikalev was born on August 27.
Life on Mir. By December 1990, Sergei was already preparing for his second spaceflight as part of the crew for the Soyuz TM-12 mission. On May 18, 1991, Sergei arrived away from the Soviet Union, and by December, most states were independent. One of the last to do this was Kazakhstan, which declared independence on December 16, 1991, which threw a sizable spanner in the works for the Soviet space program. Remember the Baikonur Cosmodrome, where Sergei took off from? Well, that now belonged to the new government of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and they weren't too keen on sharing. Kazakhstan's government tried to charge astronomical fees for use of the space complex, and Russia, strapped for money due to the dissolution of the USSR, needed a solution fast. To appease this new Kazakh government, the Soviet Space Program Agency, whose headquarters were in Moscow, agreed for a spot on the next shuttle to Mir to be given to a Kazakhstani cosmonaut. This was a big problem for Sergei, as the inclusion of Takhtar Abakurov, the Kazakh cosmonaut, meant that the planned flight engineer replacement, Alexander Kaleri, was bumped from the mission. Without the ability to send someone in possession of the skills needed to replace him, Mission Control informed Sergei that he would have to remain on Mir indefinitely. The team of 3 new cosmonauts joined the Mir crew on October 4th, led by Commander Alexander Volkov, who Sergei already knew from his first time on Mir. Just 6 days later, 2 of the cosmonauts returned to Earth along with Anatoly, whose job as commander was passed over to Alexander Volkov. By December 26th of that year, the Soviet Union had completely broken apart into 15 different republics, with Gorbachev resigning. The international union that had sent Sergei into space literally didn't exist anymore. And even worse, the lost cosmonaut was their last priority. His Soviet passport now invalid, Sergei found himself stateless and could only watch helplessly as the nation he'd known on Earth fizzled out. After ringing in both Christmas Day and New Year in outer space, Sergei began to wonder if he'd ever get back down to Earth. While the company of his fellow cosmonaut Commander Volkov was nice, the problem was that the longer Sergei remained in space, the more strapped for cash Russia became. It got so dire that the rebranded Russian space agency could barely afford to fly food and supplies the 240 miles outside of the Earth's atmosphere to Mir, let alone find the funds to get a replacement for Sergei. With his future, and even survival, growing increasingly uncertain, Sergei could do nothing but continue waiting and wishing on every passing star that good news would come soon, and that his prolonged stint in space wouldn't have any dire consequences on his health. While the effects of long-term spaceflight are still not fully understood today, even in the 90s, it was known that long-haul space stayers like Sergei faced some serious health risks. For one thing, being in a closer proximity to the sun than on Earth left Sergei exposed to radiation from highly energetic solar particles, vastly increasing the risk of developing cataracts and even cancer. In the face of all this, it should be noted that there was one way for Sergei to get home, but using it would incur a heavy toll. There was a Soyuz capsule on board Mir, specifically designed for returning to Earth in an emergency. But here's the problem. Sergei was the only cosmonaut left on Mir with the overall technical know-how to keep things running. If he did decide to leave, it could mean the end of the space station forever. It seemed that Sergei was caught in his very own spaceman dilemma. What was more important, his mission or going home? Out of the present. Despite the physical and mental toll that his space day was taking on him, Sergei's sheer determination and commitment to his mission outshone even the brightest star. He remained busily working away to keep Mir going for almost 3 more months. But unlike an ejected sus imposter, Sergei did not spend the rest of his life floating around in space. Help was just around the corner. In March 1992, Germany paid $24 million in a stroke of political bargaining with Russia for Klaus Dietrich Flod to travel to Mir, becoming the first German astronaut in space. This meant that Russia could finally afford a replacement for Sergei, who by this time had spent a total of 10 months orbiting Earth, having circled the planet around 5,000 times. Elated by the news that he was finally homeward bound, Sergei could finally turn his mind to getting his feet back on solid ground and reuniting with his wife and daughter. Using some of the money paid by Germany, Russia's space agency selected cosmonaut Alexander Koller to replace Sergei. On March 17, 1992, the Soyuz TM-14 crew, including Alexander and Klaus, the German, whose $24 million travel fare had paid for Sergei's trip home, launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome towards Mir. A week after the crew arrived, Sergei was finally able to make his way back down to Earth alongside Klaus and his buddy Commander Volkov.
Let's begin.
On March 25, 1992, the Soyuz rocket landed at Baikonur. As the door...
On March 21, 2020, a Just aircraft JA-30 Super STOL was substantially damaged during landing at Pierce County Thun Field in Puyallup, Washington. The NTSB determined the probable cause was the pilot's failure to maintain airplane control during landing in gusting crosswind conditions, which resulted in the wing striking the ground. On January 21, 2020, a Gimbal Cabri G2 helicopter lost control while maneuvering to land at Independence Municipal Airport in Independence, Iowa, and struck an unoccupied airplane and a hangar. The NTSB found the probable cause was the student pilot's failure to maintain helicopter control while maneuvering to land. On April 18, 2019, a Beechcraft B-60 Duke crashed shortly after takeoff from Fullerton Municipal Airport in Fullerton, California, and the pilot was fatally injured. The NTSB determined the probable cause was the pilot's use of an unapproved elevator control lock device and his failure to remove it and correctly position the elevator before flight, which led to a loss of control during takeoff. A contributing factor was his failure to perform a pre-flight inspection and flight control check due to distractions and time pressure. On June 30, 2019, a Textron Aviation B300 King Air 350 crashed into a hangar about 17 seconds after takeoff from Addison Airport in Addison, Texas, killing both pilots and all 8 passengers. The NTSB concluded that the airplane experienced a loss of thrust in the left engine shortly after takeoff, and that the pilot's failure to maintain control and to follow the manufacturer's emergency procedures and checklists contributed to the crash. The reason for the loss of engine thrust could not be determined.
Oh, that's a second. All right, what kind of plane is it?
Air B350.
Air B350?
King Air.
King Air, okay.
B350.
Crashed into where?
IB&B hangar.
A B hangar?
IB&B hangar.
Okay. All right, do you know how many sold on board?
I do not.
Okay. All right, and just one runway, right? Okay, I have a call in, okay? Hello?
horrifying. Humans have split the atom. Humans have landed on their own moon. Humans have built a global communications network. Humans have developed artificial intelligence. Humans have mapped their own genome. Humans have begun genetic engineering. And they've done it all in the time it takes most galactic civilizations to perfect basic pottery. But that's not the scary part. The scary part is what they're planning to do next. According to the message, humans are currently working on fusion power, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space colonization, life extension technology, and something called the Internet of Things, which appears to be an attempt to make every object on their planet sentient. Florbington reads through the list 3 times, each time hoping he's misunderstood something. He hasn't. They're trying to make everything smart, he whispers to himself. Toasters, refrigerators, door handles. They want to give artificial intelligence to their door handles. He forwards the message to his supervisor with a note that simply says, "I quit." Department Head Quimbleton reads the message and immediately understands why it says, "I also quit." Regional Administrator Bumbles cascade up through the Bureaucrat Cultural Exchange Commission and the Department of Plans for things that shouldn't exist, but do anyway. "Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted tentacled beings," he announces to the assembled representatives of galactic civilization, "we have a problem. The problem, as he explains it, is not that humanity is hostile. The problem is that humanity is progressing so fast that they're going to